Software to go live. Why is it not? Hello? Is someone watching this? I can't tell because I can't even find the live on my own page, which feels wrong. But it says somebody's watching. Or now I'm just trying to set things up. Okay, it's showing. So there it is. Alright, here I am. Okay. Alright. Alright, it's showing. Good. Alright. Now I just gotta get this going. This will take a moment. One person is already here. I'm just getting things working stream-wise and everything. Okay. Boop. Boop. Say. Alright, there we go. Now let me go to... See, it's weird because in my page, is it showing now? It doesn't even... Oh, wait, go to here. Am I in here now? Okay, I am. Okay, that I now have a test video of me trying to figure it out. That's 55 seconds long. Alright. Okay. I'm listening to the stream right now. I'm just making sure it's all working well. Hey! Alright! Alright, I've changed that stuff. Okay, I'm good to go. Stream is ready. Actually, let me have the stream pulled up on my phone so I can see comments as I'm going. And then... Turn off the volume on my phone. And here we are. Okay, woo! So, today, hello! One person in chat, and anyone that shows up, we're playing Zarantia today. Today we're gonna force Tobuck to uphold their deal. And, of course, make the Lunar Civil War happen, because if I don't, Chirp Terror will be scary, and I don't want to lose during a live stream. And here we go. Since before the time of the founding of Carthage, the nomadic Imazib tribes have dwelled in northern Zebrica, caring little for boundaries set by others. They've traveled as the seasons demanded, and made their living through trading, farming, and herding. Their nomadic life brought them into regular conflict with their neighbors, though, and they quickly developed a reputation as ferocious mercenaries and raiders. Their history is long and winding, yet in modern times it starts in 961, when a coalition of Imazib tribes under the command of Mekazah of Actagua tribe swept out of the desert and into the lands of Tobuck. The mostly Mare Egypt descended Pony population had long chafed under the rule of Warzina, and saw the Imazib as an opportunity to throw off this yoke. Yet, instead of simply serving as mercenaries yet again, the Imazib came to remain, and Tobuck became a part of Zarantia. Hey, Mr. Kitten Face. Woo! The first modern Imazib state, with access to the important trading city and the fertile lands of the coast. The Imazib would be able to industrialize, found a modern state, rebuild their desert paths into a modern trans-Zebrican railroad, and for the first time, truly change. That was the plan, at least. And though great strides were made during the Mekazah reign, it all came crashing down in 1005. Oh, wait a second, the cat part is coming. The Storm King's rampage hit the still-fledgling nation hard. Tobuck fell swiftly, and the Imazib tribes adapted by fleeing into the desert, with no other choice. Mekazah was left to follow them and abandon the coast. Though she vowed to return, the devastation wrought by the Yeti horde meant that the Imazib were still in disarray when the equestrian gunrunner Peashooter established himself in Tobuck to capitalize on the weapons stores the Storm King had built up there. Peashooter's warlord allies are strong and well-armed. The economic and industrial heartland of Zarantia is out of Mekazah's reach, and the tribes view her with hesitation and doubt after the events of the last year. Mekioza who had hoped that her twilight years would be spent enjoying the fruits of her lifetime of labor, now finds herself standing where she stood 50 years ago. Time will tell if Zarantia will go down the history books as a strange anomaly, or if it will be able to reassert itself. Give me just a moment. Okay. Telling my IRL friends that my stream is live. Because they don't keep track of time the best. And, cat? I spend way too much effort adding these cats. I personally went into the mod directory and changed the images of some countries to cats. You can see that some of the background is still there in some of them because I'm not good at this. And not a lot of countries have been changed. Also, the dog country, I put a dog. Funny, haha, right? But yeah, certain countries now have cats. I don't know why I did. I don't know why I thought this would be the best way of doing it. And not only that, but once we get our true leader, the one we're going to be sticking with for this country, you'll get a chance to see my real life cat. That's right, you get to see my real life cat in game. So cute. I put way too much effort into this. I'm being serious though. That these few images all around took me like 4 hours to do. I don't know why I decided to do it. It was a bit much. But yeah, cats. Yeah, yep, you finally got to that part. Yep, cats everywhere. Yeah, just for the little bit of time I'm on, I've noticed that stream delay is a lot. Stream delay is not fun. Oh yeah, I'm still looking over there. But we are Atakan, the cat. Mekaza was born as the oldest child of the leader of the Atagan tribe. Ever the precocious child, her talent for leadership showed itself when the Tobukian envoys came to seek aid from the Imazib tribes in throwing off the Warzenan yoke. Though not even a chief, she was the first to pledge herself to aid them. Where was I? Our talent for leadership show. Oh, I'm good at this. Though not even chief, she was the first to pledge herself to aid them and managed to both convince her parents as well as many others to join the cause. What more, her zeal impressed the Tobukians, and as the tribes moved to liberate the city from its Warzenan overlords, the Atagan was able to set the agenda. Within the tribe, the agenda became set by young Mekaza. The victory against Warzina raised the Atagan to the apex of their power among the tribes. and Mikazah was raised to become the new... Oh. Yeah, cats. I didn't have many personality traits, so I had to invest in them wisely. Good one, Mr. Kittenface. Oh, I loved that. Cats always make everything better. Ulster Farrell. Lucky Cats is one of my, 2 personality traits. Hey, thanks for being here, you two. Thanks for typing in chat, just hanging out, having fun. Was raised to become the new Aquila. The chosen leader with the right to call the tribes to war. In recognition of her triumphs, while not officially the leader of Toba, the city and its surroundings knew who they relied on for protection, and therefore allowed her great say in their affairs as well. Ever since Mikazah was worked to bring Tobuk and the Inabzib together into one united nation, akin to Carthage or Mer Egypt. And though the events of recent years have set her life's goal back by decades, she is nothing if not tenacious. Alright, good. Legacy of the Storm. When the Storm King invaded us with his army, we managed to avoid his wrath with either humble tribute, clever diplomacy, cunning trickery, or by other means. We gave away all of our valuables and artifacts, and in return the Storm King was content leaving us alone for the most part, only sacking and destroying a few towns. Afterwards, we became a tributary until he eventually perished. Some of our citizens grumble that we should have fought back against the warlord, but at least our country remains mostly intact. Born and raised in the sweltering deserts of the Tabhara, the Enzi zebras are hardly like few in desert. Weakness can kill, and they have learned how to prosper there. I know, I think they're a beautiful zebra right there. A very beautiful, cat zebra. I know. What a very nice looking zebra, says creative nickname, with an extremely creative nickname, as we all know. The Amazib are not one united kingdom, but a great host of different tribes. Many of them with unique customs, beliefs, and attitudes, and it is only outsiders who see them as one people. Though their leaders can count on their aid, the tribe comes first. In times of crisis, this is especially noticeable. Few know how to transverse the Zebhera, like the Imazeb. Their services are available to whoever pays, and if one does not have money, tools, or weapons, will usually suffice. The Great Aquilid. The story of Zarantia is the story of Atagam. No cat before her has managed to bring the Inabzib tribes together like she did, and during her long life she has become a legend. Yet the Storm King's rampage and the loss of Tobek shattered the hope her twilight years being peacefully. RSTBKT says meow. That's how hello in dog. RSTBKT runs his own channel. He's a friend of mine IRL. And yeah, he's a really cool guy. I'm in multiple of his videos, or I'm in 2. One's really old. I'm about to be in a 3rd. So I'd 100% recommend checking out his channel if you want more of me, as I am the best part of his channel, of course. The Aquilid. Time was like water, flowing on endlessly as much as you grasped for it. It just flowed around your hooves. Even if you achieved great things, time could sweep it away so easily, leaving you standing in the ashes of your successes. As all things were born, so all things must die, and Mikazah and Tegan felt her age weigh down on her. 2 years ago, all had been right in the world, and yet then it had all come crashing down. Was this the legacy she would leave her beloved daughter, a nation that had fled into the desert with its tail between its legs, a capital in the hooves of criminals and warlords, and a people who had lost faith in her, decades of work undone in a hoofful of months. Now she was back where she started all those years ago, now an older, more tired zebra. You are a brooding mother? Umale's voice came from behind Mikaza as she came up to stand by her mother's side. You know that you do not need to do this, right? You can retire now and let me deal with Tobak. Perhaps the time has come for a younger and more vigorous Zebra to take charge. You can play an exact and eat dates. Perhaps it would be a more fitting challenge for you. Girl, I have you canned. Mikaza gave her daughter a freezing glare. I thought I would have peace when your father passed, but this barbed tongue has jumped into your mouth. No rest for the wicked, mother, and there's not a greater villain in Zarantia than you. Umalez smiled, reaching from ear to ear. That's it. Where can I find my cane? Mikaza started looking around herself. She was certain she had seen some reeds she could use somewhere. Oh, but mother, if you need support to walk, I can have one made for you. Umalez laughed as she fled her mother's laugh. I'm not dead yet, you insolent whelp. Oh yeah, I'm completely unbiased from, his channel, for sure. I mean, really, it's true. His channel is great, but, only the videos I'm in, of course, I think, I'm pretty great, and I can even make his channel look good. I'm joking, of course. His channel legitimately does, at least he does editing. I don't do that. Do you think I edit these videos? I usually spend about 20 seconds editing, and that's to make sure I can cut out the very beginning and very end if there's any, I waited too long, or too early. I don't and he edits super well. I do that. Few know how to traverse their service, Zebrica, like the Imazib. Their services are available to whoever pays, and if one does not have money, okay, I already read that one. Okay, unlike a mere Egypt pharaoh or a Carthaginian sulfurate, the position of Aquilid doesn't carry authority by itself. Rather, Mekaza has to court the favor of the various tribes through a variety of means if her vision is to take shape. Though the task is certainly a delicate one, the stronger her influence among the Imabzib tribes becomes, the greater shall be the benefits of her cause. The Lost City, the Rat of Tobak. Tobak was the crown jewel of Zarantia, and the equestrians that now occupy it is a blight. Yet he has the backing of the powerful warlords, as evidenced by the fate of their warriors who first rushed to dislodge them. The already weakened Imabzib are in no position to fight a war, and the pin must rule. Just making sure. Oh, and everything crashed. That's fun. All I did was try to click on the button to see if there was any events for the actual city stuff. Well, prepare to see well, you're already seeing the big old screen of looking for a game to capture, and that's because I'm loading up the game again. So have fun with that. One thing I noticed is Mr. Ginbase, editing is not non-essential if you distract your audience with silly cat pictures. Yes. Cat Zoo, the art of the cat. Amazing. Where's my Hoi4? I told you to wait. It's loading. I'm not seeing it. I don't have it as an offer. That's always a great sign. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I can click on it. But yeah, that's a funny one. To be fair, Province pretty much doesn't edit either, and then the other Hoi4 channels, they like to record a Hoi playthrough, then show highlights, which seems like a pain in my book. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yep. Technical difficulties. Yeah. Hey, I'm just glad I'm able to put it as game view instead of showing my whole screen with Equestrian War, or with Hoi4 in general. Because if I couldn't, it would be really annoying, because then you just all of a sudden see my entire screen. Here, you just see looking for a game to capture, which isn't too big of a deal. Mr. Kitten Face. Wow, these EAW events are getting more and more extreme. They really are. Like, they just attack you and you end up, and your whole thing dies. Like, wow. What a harsh event. Man, it's so weird, like, reading your comments and knowing you won't hear my response to your comment for, like, please. Okay, it actually worked that time. But you won't hear the response to my comment for, like, 20, 30 seconds. I don't know. It's like, it takes a while. But anyways, okay, well, that was all a waste. I was like, oh, do any of my generals, or is there anything for that? And no, there's not. So all of that was just a waste of time that made me not able to, yeah, that was good. I'm glad I saved the game after I set up my country. At least I did that. The last city. Mina's Amizdag, a trader from Tobuk, had arrived early that morning, and he carried with him news from Tobuk. Said news were enough to make the blood boil, yet Magaza sat calmly on her paw as Ming spoke of pea shooter's plans. And they say Equestria is the land of freedom, she sighs with Means was done. Is there no death to which he won't seek? Not enough that he squats in her city. He even has the temerity to try to negotiate. It seems that way, your majesty. He asked for 1 year and says that at the end of the year the city will be given back to you, as he puts it. And though he is impudent, I humbly request the crown repays his diplomacy in kind. Tobuk, much like your tribes, was devastated by the Storm King, and though the ponies long for your return, sparing them more violence is the right thing to do. A thief has crawled into your house and taken possession of it. Do you drive him out or sit outside your house to patiently wait for when he deigns to leave? I don't know that word. Mekaza responded, Ming's bowing his head in response. I simply fear that threats, however justified, will only impact little trade that still can flow from the city. Whatever you choose, though, know that the ponies of Tobuk still long for you to return. Peace shooter's a rat, and we shall be aware, and he shall be aware of where he stands. It is humiliating, but we can ill afford pride. I'm gonna choose that just because that, of course. I mean, Reddit, okay, thanks Reddit. I don't really want Equestrian War, notifications. I'm streaming Equestrian War. But anyways, I chose this path because I know that he will surrender to me. I mean, I chose that to happen. So, yeah. Tobuk, so this is the other path, the path I didn't choose. Tobuk is Zarantian by right, and Peace Shooter is a thief and a rat. You shall know his place. And though we are not charging in right now, our warriors wait just beyond the border. A step, a word, a single breath in the wrong direction. He shall face our fury. And then many of our people still have ties to the ponies of Tobuk, and trade is still flowing to some extent. Their threats have ruptured this, as any Imazim approaching Tobuk now faces not just scrutiny, but hostility. And instead, we're going to choose to hope. The Equestrian has given his promise, and unless rivers of blood are spilled, the city remains in his grip either way. Trusting his word and remaining on as good terms as possible with him may well be the best hope the weakening Imazib have. New EAW event. A man in a pony costume comes to your house IRL and shoots you several times with a high-caliber rifle if your nation gets destroyed. It increases the immersion by 187%. True. So true. Appeasing the M's are mud. The M's are mud are Mekaza's most fierce servants, but their loyalty is tied to their honor. The choice to tolerate the Tobukians' intruders robs them of vengeance for their fallen kin, and they are making their voices heard. Their heads' voices. They're making their heads' voices is how I read that originally, which makes perfect sense, as we all know. Don't question me! Don't question me! Pea Shooter being a rat in a world where everyone is a cat seems like a bad idea. Well, as you can see, he's actually a cat, so it's fine. He's a cat. He's not a rat. He's a cat, but he's a rat. He's just a rat cat. A rat cat, I guess. Agzat was never more than a gathering place for the tribes. What with Mekaza's ascension, it became so much more. It has become a city in its own right, and foreign traders and interests are coming there now that Tobuk is not accessible. Though it is lesser than our large capital, it serves us dutifully. From the chaos, growth. As you reach the highlands of northern Zarantia, the desert slowly gives way to rolling grasslands, which in turn becomes hills crisscrossed by small brooks. These lands are as fertile as you will find anywhere in Zarantia, and the valleys are filled with olive groves, fields of sorghum and cassava, and even vineyards. Cool winds blow in from the north, contesting the hot, dry Zebrica, and gives the region periods of refreshing cool. Here, nested on the slopes of a large ridge, lies the city of Agzab. It is a modest place by international standards, with buildings out of the mud, bricks, and rammed earth. The buildings are, unlike the cities of the coast, built for defense as much as anything else, with many of them almost akin to small fortresses. It is also a place of rapid change. Before the Stormgang, Carthaginians and mere Egyptians investors had both seen the potential in this city, and industries have sprung up in the region. Foreigners are a more common sight than ever before, as it escaped destruction has become one of the few places still fully intact. And thus, the best place to do business, the merchants and crafts ponies that fled Tobuk and Pea Shooter's reign have settled among the Zarantians as well, doing their part in helping to raise the city up. Though the last years have been hard on the Aquilid and Zarantian, for Agast, they have been good. It's no Tobuk, but it's a good home. Yeah, good home. By the looks of it, the stream delay for me seems to be approximately 2 minutes. Yeah, Mr. Kitten Face. It's yeah. So, yeah, stream delay kind of sucks, but you know, it's alright. Rat is just a racial slur in the world of cats. Oh my goodness. That's horrible. Oh my goodness. That is horrible. You rat. Oh, you're calling me food? Yeah, you rat. I can't believe you. The Storm King's rampage left the Trans-Zebheran trade devastated, and as it is a shadow of what it once was, it will take years for it to grow back if it is not helped along. By Mekaza's words and efforts, the caravan shall be restored, greater than ever before. A route through the great desert. Much of the tribe's wealth was built not on warfare, but on trade. For centuries, the Zebrica has been the fastest route to cross the continent, but there are few who have been able to brave this sweltering place. The Imebzeb are among those who have the strength, the skill, and the willpower to conquer this desolate region. And from the Mare Egypt to Carthage, merchants have eagerly hired their services to help speed them along their way. In the wake of the Storm King's rampage, the caravans that once trekked these dangerous routes have all but disappeared. Yet the flow of and desire for commerce is not abated. And there are those who long for the routes to open again. Tobak might currently be lost to us, but our services are still desired across Zebrica, and we are still here to provide. Once more, into the great emptiness. Assuaging the Azur tribes. The Azur tribes are a breed of their own. The Azib know well that if you wish to traverse their lands, you respect them. Gifts of peace will help them overlook our trespasses, and extra precautions among the caravans will lower the risk of incidents. Muster guards. The Zebrica is a place of 1,000 perils, from raiders to monsters, and the zebras who take on the duties of the caravans must be up to the task. Those who buy our services pay well for our protection, and we will not let them down. I could do... Mr. Kiddenface says, first blank flake, now rat. I thought MLP was supposed to be a kid's show. These slurs are really getting out of hand. Yeah, blank flank was always so weird to me. It's like, what? You don't have a cutie mark yet? You don't have a tattoo on your bottom? Oh my goodness, you are awful and evil. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you. Oh my goodness, so underdeveloped. Like it kind of feels like, oh wow, you're still underaged. Oh, you haven't like reached maturity yet. Like, it's weird. A grand caravan. From Agzat to we will cut a path down Camelcan, bypassing the Quagatai lands and reaching the southeast in record time. This caravan is more than just a trading expedition. It is an affirmation that the Imazib are still able and willing to master the Zebrica. Yay! Returning from the desert. Through the Zebrica, down past Quagatai and into Camelcan, and beyond the caravan has made its way. At several points, its appearance caused worry, even fear, as there were those who thought the approaching caravan was an invasion. Thankfully, our guards could smooth things over, and our merchants could deal in their goods along the route. The lands we traveled are still dealing with the aftermath of the Storm King's invasions. And the still devastated towns and villages we saw make it all too clear that it will take months, if not years, to restore them. Yet life goes on. The caravans will be traveling. We know these lands and reap the benefits. Woo! Our desert! It's our desert! Get out of here! For centuries, the Mzib have not only survived, but even thrived in lands that others find too harsh. Part of the key has been to never simply accept the desert for what it is. It can become more, and whether it will take years or decades, the Mzib are patient. So we gotta send out our merchants to different areas so that we can restore our caravan trade, basically, is what's going on here. And as you can see, I actually get infantry equipment and support equipment from the trade, which is the whole reason why I'm not worried about building support equipment. Is I knew about that, and yeah, who cares about building it? I'm just gonna get it from trade. The desert flowering. The people of the coast believe that we love the desert. We don't. We endure the desert, but we do not love it. There's nothing in the desert, and no zebra needs nothing. We love the rivers that briefly flow through our lands in the winter. We love the times that the rain brings the desert alive with countless flowers and plants. We love the fields that bring plentiful harvests of sweet fruits and filling grains. We love the sacred ignat flowers that the mighty Ijamed leaves in its wake, and we tend to every little patch we find like it was our children. Other people have lived so long along there have not, and we will be. The Imzib have too many always wander the Zebrica as an unchanged and proud people, staying true to their way of life no matter how the winds blow. This stereotype hides a more complicated truth. Even if many are proud of what they are and hold their traditions close, as many are fluid in their ways and readily change to adapt. The network expands. Our efforts to rebuild our trading network have borne fruit and secured connection among a wide array of local merchants and companies. Not only have we secured a small delivery of weapons, we've also built up a network of future contacts to strengthen the system even more in the future. Great work. Great work, my friends. But we need to do more. A changing world. Why did we take Tobuk, my daughter? Mekaza asked Malez before taking a sip of her tea. Not when, or wonder up what pretext, but why? Because it was our gateway to modernity. Holding Tobuk would let our people rise to become akin to Carthage or Mare Egypt. Yes, we could seize a modern city, leave our old world behind, and become like Carthaginians with no trouble. That was why we failed. Yes, failed. Our people are bound by traditions and millennia in the making. A future's like the green sea, vast, inviting, and we galloped out of the desert towards it. When we took Tobuk, but the sea can drown you. You can become lost in it, and it is no less deadly than the Zebrica. If we do not have ourselves, then what do we have? And losing our old ways to start playing at being Carthaginians would make us what? Imposters dancing to a foreign tune of ours? Les nodded as she noticed Mother's points, but at the same time, that unwillingness to change is what lost us Tobuk, was it? Mikazar asked pointedly, or was it blind faith that progress would be inevitable, and that my people had to lose themselves in order to be safe? Or, she smiled wryly, maybe that is just fear speaking. It's so easy to flee and refuse to give up anything, and then you've already lost. Clinging to what drags you down can drown you even in shallower seas. It is a difficult issue, but that is why we are here, my daughter. We must make sure that they won't lose themselves, or we serve so that Imazib can change on their terms. Yeah, plus 10 research speed? Yeah. A settling people. Nomadism is not some inherent trait of the Imazib. It is a way to eke out a living in these harsh lands. Many tribes, especially in the north, have been settled for centuries. They have built their towns and cities much like the Carthaginians or their Egyptians, and they are no less Imazib than their wandering kin. Of course. The network expands. The same event again, so I'm not going to read it. A settling people. The Carthaginians are an amusing sort. Mekaza said out of the blue. We have been their neighbors for untold centuries, and yet so many of them think we do not live in towns or villages at all. I recall this one playwright in Carthage who wrote a play where an Imazib mayor was withering away because she was trapped in the city. I had the misfortune to watch it once when visiting, and I don't know if I was to collapse in laughter or retrieve a cane and go find the playwright. It is so strange. Agzat lies close to their lands. Do they not know how many of us have been settled for centuries? I guess they do not consider those proper Imazib. In their mind, you must be nomadic to be a true Imazib. Yet, when considered the opposition between the nomads and settles, I suppose I see where they get confused. How do you manage it, Les? Asked her mother. How do you find a balance between the settled and the nomadic? I don't. Not really, Mekazo. said, their needs are nigh completely opposed, and perfect balance is precarious position. To favor none is to be able to trust none, and you need to find those who stand by you utterly. As for me, those nomads helped us claim Tobuk, and I've not forgotten. I stand by the cities and towns, and they are the way forward. Sure. The stream seems to have stopped. Oh. I see. Glitch. I see. That's strange. Oh. Especially because for me, it looks like things should be fine. But at the same time, if I look at the stream, I see what you mean. Huh. Well, I'm just gonna... Oh, yep. It looks like things... Well, if it's fine for you, I guess. Let me see. We're gonna go to the stream. Okay. That's good. Just tell me if it glitches out again, because I'm actually looking at the stream right now, and it's not normal for me, but it's normal when I look at my thing, like on my Streamlabs, but it's actually not normal when I actually look at the actual YouTube. So I might have to reload my own stream to be able to watch my stream and see how it's going. So that's good. The Imadzid are a warlike people. The desert breeds a hardy people, but there are also traders and caravanners who have earned a living crossing the Zebrica and carrying goods for whoever needs their service. Okay, there we go. It fixed for me too now. I had to reload my own stream to be able to see my stream on your point of view. Thanks, YouTube. Love ya. Love ya, YouTube. The path to unity. At times I do not envy the rulers of other nations, Umalez murmured, as more tea was poured for her. Their people might bicker and fight for dominance, but they are still part of the same nation. Being the Aquilado or Zarantia seems to be more akin to be herding dragons. I do envy it, not do not. I do not. That's great. It is, Mekaza responded flatly. Zarantia is not something written in the fabric of the land. It is an agreement between tribes, and if they feel that the deal is not honored, they will no longer stick around. The question is what the remedy will be. In Griffonia, the Griffin's empire was brought together through force, and all I've read that the empire had no shortage of prideful or stubborn people. Then again, their empire's a shadow of what it was, and their leader frail. Indeed, and yet at least they reached that far. That is more than you could say for many nations. Tribes like ours have worked together in concord, but conquest is how kingdoms have been built. And yet aren't these kingdoms rocked by demands for democracy? Umalez mused, a hoofful of dragons will defeat an army of sheep. It's true that a cowed people follows more easily, but might not a nation of free zebras be even stronger? Highfalutin ideas are dangerous, my daughter. By the way, I don't know you brought up the idea, but I don't mind hopping a Discord call. I would read out the chat for you as well, like some other streamers' friends do. Yeah, I'm down. If you want to get in Discord, go for it. I'll get up my Discord. I'll just get in since I don't have my own Discord server for Discord stuff, I'll just get in general one of your Discord server, and yeah, join me whenever you want. All right, yeah, go ahead and join in if you feel like joining in. Things continue as they are. Unity must be forced, but you're right. Our people must come together on their own terms. Mr. Kiddenface says, YouTube clearly was just trying to stop the amazing cat leader portraits, as they fear the immense power of such beauty and glory. Yes, they were trying to stop us from the birthright we have obtained. But you are right, our people must come together on their own terms. Sure. Reaffirming the Amzazi. First up, I'll just get a general one of your Discord server. And yeah, join me whenever. Please turn off my stream. You like joining in? Things continue as they are. Unity must be forced. You're right. You need to turn off my stream. I'm hearing me through your mic or your. Mr. Kitten said clearly was trying.
How to get your stream.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I am having a little.
They're gonna hear.
I have like a 10-second latency thing.
Okay. So they're gonna hear me through you for a little bit, but
Yes. I don't know if they can hear me because I don't know if you have Discord set up on your OBS.
I should. I've done multiplayer stuff and had it work before, so unless I changed it to not work at some point, it should be working.
All right.
Mr. Kiddenface, tell us if you can hear him after you finally catch up to this part in the video.
Yes.
Wow, running into troubles. Sadly, our efforts to expand our trade network have failed. The merchants we spoke with were not interested in rebuilding the network, claiming had found other avenues for transport. That's only a 20% chance, really? 80% chance success, 20 failure. Thanks, game. Every zebra's a quillid. When you meet with Mikaza Ateng, be careful. Was if Talat warned the young colt by his side. She is a dangerous mare, maybe even the most dangerous mare you will meet. I've heard the stories of her, but all they say is that she fights her enemies, not her allies. Aren't we sworn to aid her? Would she be a threat to us? The young colt was strong and would become a great warrior one day, but he was still ignorant of the games of chieftains and equilids. A greater threat than most zebras you will meet. But not in battle, Wesiv smiled at the naive remark. She's a snake, coiling herself around you, and before you know it, her venom has made you content with being in her clutches. For how could you say no? I remember at one gathering where she met with Zaga Amsarmud. You would have thought they would be cold with each other, but Mikaza met her with the warmth you give a daughter, inquired about Zaga's niece and whether she had her foal yet. Within weeks, she was like a mother to all in their tribe. I don't understand. Isn't that a good thing? She's hospitable. She ingratiated herself with the Amsarmud like she was everyone's mother, and before long they were so woven into her schemes that they could not pull away without ripping themselves apart. Now they walked by her side, so integrated into the greater again that they are no longer whole, but part of something else. That's why she's so dangerous. She sees no Telate, or Amzamud, or Akion. All she sees is Imazib, and as long as she is Aquilid, she will defend and care for them, whether we like it or not. Slip up around her, and you too will be her ward. Basically, this woman, she knows how to get people on her side. That's until, the path I'm currently going on, something's gonna happen to her, but, you know.
Alright. Also, Mr. Kittenface can hear me. Hello.
Woo!
He says nothing.
This is the guy with the other channel that's good.
Oh no, you're too kind. I mean, you're grinding. You have like, including the stream, 184 videos.
Yeah,
85, 185.
I'm putting out like a video a day, and you are got a video a week currently. That's after taking a long break. But your videos are good. You just don't upload much.
Yeah, I'm trying to do once a week. I don't know if I'll be able to do the recording together with the game, but maybe I'll try to do like a small vlog.
Makes
a little
sense.
Goofy edited vlog. Like a very, very late 100 subscriber special.
Yeah,
gaming setup.
Yeah, you're getting close to 150 and you're finally doing 100.
It'll be a meme.
Mm-hmm. Tessawent Weewerg is a zebra of singular wisdom and mercantile skill. Having traveled across northern Zebrica for decades, he is a stallion of 1,000 stories and 1,000,000 insights. His return from his latest travels is eagerly awaited by not just Mekaza, but all Imazib.
Also, Mr. Kittenface says, speech skill 2 OP, please nerf.
The 1,000-mile traveler. The sharp, spicy aroma of the sacred Ignes net tea rose from the bowl between them, and Mekaza raised the bowl to offer to the wise sage that sat before her. Weewerg, that's a weird name, Tassawent, was a slight cat, not zebra, cat. They're obviously a cat. Though just how was hard to see thanks to Tessawent's customary blue robes and veil was covered all but his bespectacled eyes. Bespectacled? What does that word mean? Yet his age and his wisdom shone through his obscuring clothes as he placed the books down before Mekaza and accepted the tea. My life's work such as it is. Alas, I returned before you defeated Cat. He bowed his head before drinking. Mekaza, whose hoof had traveled over the first book's cover, raised an eyebrow. I count 8 books, each of them sizable. Can there be so much in art of alchemy you still have not learned? For each and everything I learned, I realized there were 10 things more to discover. Weewerg sighed as he gave the cup back. My life's goal, I'm afraid, was a far too ambitious one for a single zebra to master. The world is great, greater than we realize, and when we rise to challenge it, it reminds us of how small we are. You saw that a long time ago, did you not? That was why you have sought to unite our people and elevate us to something different. Mekaza did not answer, only smiled wryly at him as she raised the cup to him and drank. Weewerg bowed his head towards her. I am your humble servant, Aquilid. And now I have the Blue Sage as a member of my advisor. Okay, I can need another advisor. Actually, I think I'm just gonna go up conscription. The Storm King caused untold suffering among the Imzib, yet they did what they always had and adapted. The greedy Yeti chose to go after the wealthier cities instead of chasing them up and down the dunes, though the dead never can come back and the material damage wrought can be repaired. Once we get through this first focus tree and finish up with New Year, New Hope, the focuses won't be so short, so we'll have more time to talk in between reading. But the initial focus tree in this one, the focuses are so short that it's kind of constant reading.
Alright.
Simple glassworks. If one would look at Zarantia, one would almost think they hadn't suffered from the ravages of the Storm King. After all, with its boundless deserts and nomadic culture, what could they have suffered under the tyrant's suffocating grip? It was disgusting, ignorant thought. Mekaza has seen first hoof the broken families, the destroyed homes and abandoned tents. The scorched land of her people and their despair gripped her heart. The horrors had he inflicted on our people were an unforgiving crime, and if she were any lesser, she would have fallen in a deep despair or a maddened sense of revenge. Not to say she didn't desire revenge, but this revenge wouldn't come from blood and fire, but by picking up the pieces left from her home, and were forged into something greater. A whole larger than the Storm King ever saw before. He blighted them with a presence. As you can see, the rebuilding of Shizra is going apace. An assistant shows her ledger after ledger, as well as reports. At the pace of everything, reconstruction should be done within the month. Not only reconstruction, improvement, she said to the light of confusion of the assistants. Shizra didn't have schools to teach its youth. Its reservoirs were pitiful and did not serve them as well as they could have, she continued, pushing herself to stand from her chair, gazing upon the window with a thoughtful, stern expression. They did not have the modern plowshares to work the soil. I trust those means were all given to them now. They have, and we are seeing about supplying the outlying villages. Good, thank you. You can leave now. And as the assistant bowed and departed, Mikaza allowed herself an honest smile. Her true avenge against the Storm King realized day by day, from the pieces of glass, a mosaic grander than what we were before. And we no longer have Legacy of the Storm King. Woo!
Mr. Kittenface says, I like how the stream is essentially YouTuber celebrates 100 subscribers with all his friends, and also some cat profile picture person who just kind of shows up.
Yeah, it's just me and you and Mr. Kittenface. Is they're like the only person talking in chat. There were a few people that said a few messages early on, but Mr. Kittenface is the only person that actually talks. Like they put a comment on all my videos. They're talking and all this. Like, Mr. Kittenface, glad to have you as a fan. Woo!
I think it's fair to say he's your biggest fan, and I think if you were to make your own Discord server for your channel, either through Patreon or just public, I think he'd be the person most likely to become one of the moderators.
I mean, I can't even think of another fan that even comes close to. Mm-hmm. No tribe is as martially inclined as the Amzamud, and no Amzamud as able as Zagwa. And orders from Mekaza, she went to Kolthage to gather all those Imazib who served there as mercenaries, and to curry favor among our old clients. Much Imazib blood has been spilled for the Kolthaginians. Hopefully, they will honor this. Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, yeah. Also, Mr. Kittenface also says, reading is good for you. EAW is just trying to make you healthy. And, get that brain working. Like, strategy isn't already.
There we go. Return of the Iron... Return of the need to drink some more water from my cup. Zaga remembered the day she left her home with a head full of thoughts, a rifle on her back, and a motley group of friends and warriors she could trust. Yeah, you're one of the friends she could trust, warriors that she could trust, obviously. Gazing upon the humble villages she had called home before she headed towards unknown grounds, years had passed. Friends had been lost and gained. Enough scars were cast on her body to make her look like a battleground map. Her youthful rage had been tempered with cold, calculating insight. Alongside her, as she looked backwards, marched the Ironbreaker. Warriors, her battle brothers and sisters from home and abroad. Many of those she left with would never return home, their belongings and sometimes ashes being carried in a simple wagon to the families that even after all these years waited either for their return or for closure. Alongside these fallen brothers, however, were countless faces new to these lands, and people that she had extended a hoof in friendship to when the world had all but cast them down. The Ironbreaker warriors were not the same group that left this village that day. Ponies and even griffins, cats and even cats, walked in her ranks. Bonds forged in the fires of war, with each one carrying their particular wisdom and experience on each of their emotions. As she approached the city of Agast, the banners of the Aquilid flew high above it, and she could see the small group awaiting her. A small speck of red among those awaiting her, unmistakable, even after all these years, and she smiled to herself. She was coming home, and she did so triumphantly. Welcome home, daughters of the desert. And that's why I wasn't researching guns from the beginning of this, because that event gives me guns for free as a research.
Investment. Mr. Kittenface says, I don't have a Discord, but thanks for the kind words. No problem, random citizen.
So now I can actually, now that event gives me a field leader, I can actually set up my army a little.
The server is quite laggy for me, so like I'm not even watching it, Sally, so I'm just keeping an eye on the chat for you.
Makes sense. Mikaza's greatest achievement is and will always be the fact that she created a measure of true unity among her people. Even after recent events, this unity is weakened, but not broken, and will be enough to ensure that when she is gone, her daughter is accepted by them. Hey, guess what? New cat has joined the world. The Lunar Empire has gone against the Equestria, and I did put Lunar Empire as a cat. I literally just looked up like 30 cat pictures and then replaced their image with the cat pictures.
Did you like make sure they matched with like the theme of the country? It's like, oh, zebras, pff, get some zebra-looking cat.
I did not, because it took me like 4 hours just to get all the cat images to actually work with Equestria at War. I did not.
God.
Yeah. Because they have to be in exact sizes to actually be able to be put in. You have to like copy them and change them to a different like different picture type just to be able to put them into Hoi4. Like it was something.
You know, with this Mr. King face, I will say, you want this to be a slight Q&A for like 100 sub special, like maybe your viewers here or your viewer, they can just ask questions.
Yeah, if you have any questions you want to ask Mr. Kid Face, go for it. This is pretty much just me and you performing for Mr. Kid Face.
Yeah, so yeah, he can have the special honor of being the closest fan.
Apparently. A new Millennium's Confederation. Do you remember oaths? The representatives of the tribes looked at Mekaza, puzzled for a moment. Of course they remember the oath. Of course we do, our queen. Do you doubt our commitment to them? Grumbling starts to come from the elder and the tribe representatives. One that the queen simply lets it happen. None would dare accuse her after all, and yet as they argued, it was clear amongst them the different interpretations of the oath. Veterans and newly picked representatives of the tribes argued amongst themselves on what they meant, and soon dawning realization came to them, prompted by a single question. Makazaz raised a single hoof, silencing the commotion before she spoke again. I do not doubt the commitment of the tribes to the promise, but how long has it been since these oaths were carved in words and paper? How many were here so long ago when they were made? I do not ask for a test of faith, but a renewal of these promises, an oath made for a new age. She gesticulated a hoof over at the leaders, a carefully laid smile on her expression. And by that you mean she put out her paw. Look at our land, our people, how they've suffered, yet how they've grown. Even with the loss of Tobuk, the people of Zarantia rebuilt themselves into something new. And a new Zarantia required a renewed confederation, a renewed vow, one that served the new Zarantia we lived upon. The meeting would go without a hitch, the oaths and vows renewed, and if one of or other trade deals happened between the like-minded tribe leaders, well, that was a plus after all, wasn't it? Times trains, bonds of kinship still. Unlike the Carthaginians, Senate, or the Marygib's pharaohs, no Imazib leader rules without the consent of the tribal leaders. Mikaza has not forgotten this, and she has invited them all for a grand meeting to hear them and to reaffirm their oaths to her. Alright.
How many more different series on Equestria War do you think you'll do?
I mean,
like all the factions that interest you, or what the others will vote on for you.
Well, there's honestly, I don't know how long I'll keep going, but there's like almost endless content, because like I could play, like there's like, I don't know, 100 more nations that I haven't played that have focus trees that are at least okay, if not really good, and it's like there's like, this is a content gold mine if I want it to be.
You think you're going to be interested in Victoria 3 or Victoria? Isn't there a new Victoria?
Yeah, Victoria 3 came out recently. I was not into Victoria 2 as much as EU4 or Hoi4, but I'll check out Victoria 3 at some point probably and see how it is, but if it's exactly like Victoria 2, I probably won't be as into it.
It depends what they updated and did to it. Kind of like
Mm-hmm.
the Roman Imperator Rome 2 and stuff like that. That game. All right. Mr. Kinface has made a few messages. It would be funny if the Lunar Empire's leader was Opal, Rarity's cat, implying she overthrew Nightmare Moon. Not that I would know about that.
They
And then he also,
go go ahead.
all right. And then he also said, "I rate you a solid number /10 as my personal entertainers. Keep up the good work."
But Mr. Kiddenface has a thing where they've watched My Little Pony like I have, but they refuse to admit it. So anytime they mention something My Little Pony, they say, "Oh, not that I would know anything about that. Nope, definitely not."
Oh, he has a Q&A question. How many cats have you owned, and have you owned any other pets? Oh my God! Do you include all those cats at the last house?
I've only owned cats. I sadly quite a few of them died in a fire. Mr. Kiddenface, it's horrifying, but yeah. We had Little Awesome, a Little Blue,
Thundercat, right?
yeah. Well, we had Tiny, we had Holiday, and then we have our current cat, Rumor, and then if you count my stepbrother's cats, but I don't live there, but he has like what 12 cats in his house.
Oh my God!
But I personally have owned like 6 cats throughout my time.
Safe to say he's a cat man.
I've not owned any other. Well, actually, I have owned a suckerfish. Actually, I've owned 2 suckerfish, but the big one murdered the small one we bought to hang out with them. But we had a suckerfish that grew so big, it was like it was on like the max size a suckerfish can grow to by the time it died. It died of old age.
Dang, y'all fed it pretty well.
And then when we got a smaller suckerfish to try to be with it, like halfway through its lifespan, it just murdered it. And we were like, guess we're not getting another suckerfish to live with that guy. It's too big.
Oh, he also said, exploring the most elaborate My Little Pony fanfic for infinite content. What an ingenious idea.
I mean, that's kind of what this is. There's like this, like there's so much lore that has been created. It kind of basically is a fan fiction, yeah.
One thing I know you could do tags for your videos. So whenever another channel that you know does My Little Pony Equestria War, you could like tag their channel on your video, so it recommends to their viewers.
True. Not many
Tagging is really good.
Not many of the big YouTubers play Equestria War, unless, but there's a lot of small or medium ones that do. But the big ones always most of the big ones ignore it because it's ponies.
Yeah, they stick to the historical stuff.
I mean, and I like the historical stuff, don't get me wrong, but this mod has so much greatness. I mean, its greatness is the reason I watched the My Little Pony show. That's how good this mod is. It made me straight up watch a show that I didn't think I'd enjoy, just hoping it would be anything close to the game.
And I imagine, like, when it first came out, it was pretty accurate to the lore, and then it went off in its own way.
Well, basically...
then, like,
basically, most of the stuff in the Equestria, like the first area, is fairly... Not all of the ones, but Equestria is fairly accurate, Changeling Lands is fairly accurate, Crystal Empire, Buffalo Chieftain, like, the places around there, fairly accurate-ish. But the moment you leave that area, 99% is not.
Like, yeah, because you got, like, a bird-themed continent now. What's the new continent, like, African-themed?
Yeah, it's Zebrica, so it's kind of Zebrica Africa. Is kind of the, it's like Zebra Africa, basically, is the joke.
Yeah. All right. He has. Mr. Kin has two new things. Any evidence proving I watched My Little Pony is purely circumstantial and would not hold up in court. And then, I'm sorry to hear about your cats. I've lost many cats to a coyote. Ooh. However, I managed to shoot the cursed thing, so my fluffy felines are now safe.
Yeah, the only cat I now have
One less coyote is a good coyote.
Agreed. But right now, the only cat we have is Little Rumor.
And that's a pure inside cat?
Yeah, pure inside. Well, we do feed a few outside cats, but they are pure outside, and we don't really own them. It's more like we feed them.
I remember back in Center Point, these viewers don't know where that is, but I remember we were hearing coyotes howling and barking throughout the night in the woods. My dad walked outside and just yelled, "Shut up," and they all went quiet. It's like, and it was peaceful for the rest of that night.
But the gathering tribes, the lands around Eggshat are teeming with activity as zebras from all over are arriving to join the great meeting of tribes. Tens of thousands of zebras from hundreds of tribes are pouring into the city, each tribe a colorful parade of wealth and power. Yet the mood is not tense, but hopeful. Fools stand on the rooftops, raining down flower petals over the arriving tribes, as music and song fills the air. And as the chieftains arrive at the Aquilid's castle, they are welcomed like kin by her. Food, drink, and even the singular gift of a cup of Ignat tea awaiting them, with no expenses spared. Some came ready for arguments, straining against the Aquilid's overreach, but they found themselves embraced and led to a sumptuous feast before they could say much. Others who had hoped to converse in private with the Aquilid to curry favor were gently but firmly kept among their peers. Outside the castle, the tribe zebras who came with their chieftains are treated as to feast as well. Every household and every family in the Atagan have opened their homes and tents, and from the highest to the lowest, all in a guest, house their kin tonight. What a gathering.
Mr. Kittenface, another one, he said, I also had a goldfish called cat food. It was one of those El Cheapo 17-cent feeder fish. However, he managed to live for 6 years, surprising everyone.
Yeah, it's always interesting how goldfish usually die really quick, and then there's just some that just live forever.
Like when you go to Fisherman's Cove and they see those ginormous goldfish or whatever swimming around in the tank for looks like forever.
The fall of Tobuk was Zarantia's darkest hour, but as always, we weathered the storm, dusted ourselves off, and rose once more. We shall return to Tobuk once more, and we shall continue to build our future. Yeah, we will go back to Tobuk pretty easily, because Tobuk honors the deal. The Aquilid of Zarantia. Hang on. The year's up, and as promised, have your city back. I've endeavored to keep it decent enough condition, though I can't vouch for my associates. I thank you for their civility in the past year, and wish you luck in your future endeavors. As a side note, your gift is much appreciated, will come in handy. Pea shooter. Good luck and good riddance. And you know what we get because he leaves? You know, we get warlord remnants and extreme Tobukian corruption. But I guess at least we got our land back.
You got your land, but you got corrupted people walking around.
Basically, what happens before this is there's this Storm King, which is from a My Little Ponies movie, that basically conquers, like, everything around here, kind of like a Mongol, like, Khanate type, where he just expands super far and then dies really quick after his death. And after that, Zarantia gets their independence back, but they lost their Tobukian land they had took for Morzina, and they were taken by a gun runner. And the gun runner was like, hey, we'll give you the land back. Just give me a year to make money off of your territory. And it's like, fine. And they can either actually just give you the land back after a year, or they can say, no, get out of here. And then an associate will take over.
All right.
But it's just interesting to me that this gunslinger's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'll give you the land back. Just give me a year to get rich.
Let me get Mooney.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Kittenface made a pretty long one. He said, "You didn't hear this from me, but my friend, who is an advert My Little Pony / furry hater, introduced me to this mod about 3 months ago, so I can quote unquote genocide the pony venom. Anyways, I really liked the mod, got curious about the source material, and decided to do absolutely nothing about it. Trust me."
That's how I watch My Little Pony too. It's like, I found this mod and was like, ooh, this is fun. I really like this. And was like, you know what? I gotta see what the original's like. And then I watched the original. I was like, you know what? This isn't half bad.
I don't watch My Little Pony, but I remember when I was way younger, like watching cable television before Direct and Dish. I just watched whatever was on.
Yeah.
And like there was always like Fiverr or something, some random cable site that popped on once in a while. But like if My Little Pony played, and I watched like a few episodes. Like, this is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Magical sparkles, flying dragon.
Season 1 is truly like what you'd expect, because I had trouble like once I hit the end of season 1. I was like, it's okay, but I'm on the verge of leaving this, and then it got good.
This is clearly kids show material.
I was like, oh, I'm on the verge of leaving this. I'll give it like 1 or 2 more episodes, and then it started getting good.
It got coherent after being it wasn't just an episodic thing, like it's something different every episode.
Pretty much. And then the first episode of season 2 was the first episode where they started introducing story. And I was like, ooh, wait, this is different. And then it started actually having some story beats as it went along. I was like, okay, I could get along with this. I can go along with this. But season 1 was tough to get through.
How long are the episodes? Like what, 10 minutes?
No. This is a full 30-minute show.
Oh god. Is that including ads?
No, yeah, 30 minutes including ads.
Ah, okay.
So really it's more like 23 minutes or whatever, but
anime standard distance.
Yeah. But it's a normal length show, and there's hundreds of episodes. Like,
oh my god,
this show would take you like, if you watch straight, like watching the whole entire show without stopping, it would take you like half a week. And if you actually wanted to sleep during that time, it would probably take you about a week to watch. Like, it is a long show.
All right then.
Which,
noted.
Not shocking. I mean, they wanted to make money off of My Little Pony. It's a money maker.
Yeah, I mean, don't more men than little girls watch the show? Wasn't that a statistic?
Yes, that is a legit statistic.
I wonder who got curious and decided to record the information.
I don't know.
Hey, my 5 friends watch My Little Pony. I'm gonna do a record on how much men watch this.
They found out, wait, more men watch this than the little girls that it's meant to be for? How interesting. Let's learn more.
Maybe that's how they start making a plot. It's like, let's make this a more matured plot. If you call it mature.
There are some mature episodes, but I wouldn't call the overall plot mature.
It's a lighthearted show.
Yeah. It's lighthearted.
It's for the little girl minorities watching.
It's a lighthearted show, but there are moments that aren't lighthearted. It's like, there's scenes that are like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that from this type of show. But it's not the entire show. It's more like surprising scenes that go off of what you'd expect.
Alright.
And then there's certain episodes where it goes like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that from My Little Pony. That really kept me interested. Like, anytime it got to that, I was like, whoa, wasn't expecting that. That was, wow. Like, the final, spoiler, I don't know if you finished the show, Mr. Inface. You probably have, because of how you're talking about it. But if you haven't, skip ahead, like pause, then skip ahead in the stream a bit. But in the final part, I know you don't care, Respect, but in the final part, they don't redeem the final villains at all. What they do is they turn them into statues forever, in a way where they can see what's happening around them, but can't move or do anything. They are stuck as living statues for all eternity, and that's how the show ends.
Oh my god.
Like, that was not what I was expecting. Like, they had redeemed a few villains as it went along, so I was kind of expecting that. But instead, that was the way they ended the villains, and I was shocked. Like, this is My Little Pony.
They're quote-unquote alive, not killed.
Yeah, they were like, oh, it's fine because we didn't kill them. When I'm thinking, that's worse than death. What are you talking about? It's one of those...
How can we avoid killing them, make a more brutal consequence?
That's what I've noticed. That's what kids shows do. Sometimes it's like, well, our network said we can't kill them off, so let's just do something worse than killing them. That way we can get around the network. I've noticed that's actually pretty common with kids shows for some reason. Like
Oh, okay. Kinface said it's 22 minutes without ads, 26 episodes per season, 9 seasons.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
So 22.
Glad he had that info on hand.
22 times 26 times 9. So that's 5,148 minutes. So that's...
And divide that by 60.
That's
60,
80. So that's 85 hours. Or 3.5 days of watching.
That's not bad. You can, like, just even that out throughout a month and you'd finish.
It's not...
If you want to do things outside.
Oh, yeah. It's not that bad, but it's like, like, when I started watching the show, I was like... I got through season 1, was like, well, that was alright. How much more is there? I guess I can keep watching. Oh my goodness, there's so much more. Like, when I was talking about, I usually give a show a little, about a season, maybe a little more if the show's really long. That's the only reason I gave My Little Pony that much time, is because there's so much of it. I was like, well, maybe if I give it a bit of time, it'll start getting a little better, just because of how long it was.
Now, is it still going, or is it... I wouldn't say dead, but is the season finished?
Well, this version of My Little Pony's over, but they've gone on to version, I think, 5, maybe 6 is next. This is to me, this is the best My Little Pony, but this is like version 5 of My Little Pony. There's been like 4 shows before it, and they've moved on to the next show after it already.
Alright. What about is Stalingrad, is that like in the OG, or is that in the other version?
Stalingrad isn't, but our town, the little thing beside it, that is. And basically, it's like a town that, like, it's like a weird thing where it's like, they have propaganda, they have... You know, like everyone's equal here. They force anyone that comes there can't keep their cutie mark, which is basically the show's version of individuality. So basically, it's very authoritarian, and it was the episode that really got me to be like, you know what? I like this show now. But
this is an interesting parody. I like it.
Yeah, I was not expecting My Little Pony to do a communism-like parody. I just wasn't. Like, My Little Pony parody on communism, of course. Exactly what I was expecting, yes. Dealing with the warlords. Pea Shooter's gone, but his thugs and enforcers still covering the countryside. Like so much mold? What? That reads weird. They resent the loss of their meal ticket and will not depart silently. We must decide how to deal with them. Violence! So what should we do? Should we gently corner them, make them lay down their arms, try to befriend them? Or should we pull out our sword, kill them one by one, and then wash clean in blood? Which one should we do? Blood? Blood does sound good. Well, actually, first I'm going to do Law and Order, then I'll go down a path, because Law and Order will make it where I have less corruption, and the people are more compliant to my rule. That'll be nice.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay. Dealing with the warlords. Peashooter was only part of the pack that infested Tobak, and his hired muscle is still around. The question is how we should deal with them. Zaga has prepared a plan to isolate and crush the warlords one by one. Between the Ironbreakers and the loyal tribes, we'll crush them and let their deaths be a lesson to whoever else would attempt to challenge our grasp on the city again. After all that has been, the time for the Imazib to show their ability as warriors has come, and they will not be found waiting. This is especially important as the warlords possess modern weapons and tactics, and defeating them will let us learn how to deal with these types of enemies when they aren't disorganized mercenaries. Wilwerg, meanwhile, has proposed to simply buy them out, provide them a way out, and provisions to smooth things over, and we'll see them leave without more death. After all, Peashooter made good on his promises, and it is the nature of the mercenary to avoid conflict, since you can't spend your gold if you're dead. You are rising from recent embarrassments without having lost hundreds or thousands of our brave warriors. Let us keep that and focus our efforts on rebuilding Tobak. War will come sooner or later, and let us not seek it when it is not needed. Whatever we do, we must handle them quickly. Mr. Kiddenface, I have definitely not watched the main 9 seasons and the 2017 movie. The Weird Human spin-off series is spooky for me to watch. I've watched all 9 seasons. I've watched one of the movies. I think I've watched the 2017 movie. I've only watched a little bit of the Human spin-off. I probably will watch it at some point, but it feels... I know it's weird to say, but seeing them be human and not ponies feels wrong to me. And I know that's kind of weird, but yeah. Fun fact, Equestria gives out the death sentence or are eternally locked in stone to children, making them more extreme than most real-life nations. Also, turnip banishment or Tartarus. Oh, true. I forgot to tell our Rust Bucket. I need to tell him when he gets back. One of the people that was stuck in stone is a child. That's true. The first duty of any leader is to provide security, and the warlords are not the only armed criminals found in Tobak. Many of them have been acting brazenly against the tribes and villages, believing themselves beyond the reach of the law. This must be rectified now.
Alright, I'm back. For now.
So, I forgot. So, Mr. Kiddenface reminded me of something. You know, one of the enemies that was locked into stone forever in the final episode, they were a child. One of them's a child that's like in lore is like barely like is the youngest person in school. Like they're like a young child, and they're locked up forever in stone. And earlier in this, earlier in the series, they were locked up in Tartarus, as in literally the HE double hockey sticks of their universe that Equestria can just send people to.
Wow.
Equestria is actually a pretty messed up place, and Princess Celestia is actually very like dictatorial. like she does what she wants. Maybe the changelings are on to something. Except Queen Chrysalis is like one of the only characters I can think of that's more dictatorial than Celestia. So it's really more the story of two dictators fighting out to who can be the better dictator.
It's Flowers and Buttercups, and the other one is Death.
Yeah. Look, I'll kill you all.
I forgot there's a whole human version.
Yeah, there it is. I've seen all of the 9th season of the normal version, but I've only seen a little bit of the human version. It's weird, but at this point, anytime I try to watch the human version, I'm like, this is weird. Why aren't they ponies? Like, it's weird to me, but at this point, it's like, it's weird to see the actors not being ponies and being humans.
I wonder why the change. I mean, the whole theme was ponies.
Well, it's basically a spin-off version where basically there's another world. It's actually connected to the main version where there's like a portal between the human world and the pony world, and going through to, and there's actually like human versions of some of the pony characters, and like there was even an episode where Twilight from the pony world came into the human world and was part of the story with Twilight of the human world, and that was part of the story. It's really, really weird. But it's
All right.
it's like a connected world of a pony and human world where they can technically move between the two. And if you're a pony that goes into the human world, you become a human. And if you're a human that goes into the pony world, you become a pony.
Oh, okay. Some bronies could live out their dreams.
There's probably people like, where is that portal? I need to find that portal.
I must get with insert pony they have crush on here.
Yeah. I never really, throughout my entire life, has never really have a cartoon crush.
Me neither, but it's just always interesting seeing it with other people.
Oh, it's very interesting. I've always been too much of a shipper to have a crush. Instead of crushing on a character, I'm too busy shipping them with a different character in the show.
Ooh, do your viewers know about this shipping thing?
I've mentioned it like in a random video or two, but I mentioned it in like a Deltarune video. I mentioned it like once every like 30 videos on my channel. It's not a common mention, but it's a mention I've said.
Hey, those people look cute together. Get together.
Oh yeah. I mean, why wouldn't it be? I just love seeing people happy. Whether in shows or real life. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Alright, Mr. Kinsey has... I know most people complain about teachers not punishing the school bullies, but I think giving them the pseudo-death sentences is a bit extreme.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose that's true.
Or paddling. That's another thing.
Yeah, but, I mean, you got paddling, then you've got putting them into a stone statue for their entire existence, you know. I mean, I guess if I had to choose one, I still don't like paddling, but I would choose paddling over the other.
I guess you could say they have a hard-on forever.
Okay. Good. A sword for bandits. The warlords are murderers and thieves, and we suffer neither. They were a threat when united under their old master, but now they are disorganized and scrambling. Do not let them regain their footing. Kill them all! My Little Pony!
That sounds like the aftermath of the Mongol horde's collapse. You know, like at the Golden Horde and all these other hordes that just popped up weaker.
I mean, that's kind of the story of Zarantia, or not Zarantia, of Zebrica in general, with the basically Mongol horde leader coming in, invading everyone, and then falling apart. One by one, instead of letting them gather, we must move swiftly to cut them off from each other and proceed to destroy them one after another. We are not dealing with warriors, but with murderous thugs. And this is not a war, but a justice found in blood.
I thought you were about to say, instead of justice, I thought you were about to say a genocide.
This is not a war, but a genocide! Kill them all! I mean, that works too. That works too.
It works too.
Vengeance is justice. They murdered many of our kin, and they aided and abetted Pea-Shooter. He made good on his word, but they never gave it. Pretending that there's any reasoning to be had with these kinds of creatures is to bait ourselves, and we shall gladly pay the price needed to settle this matter in a way that does not further disgrace ourselves. In a world where the strong take what they please, weakness is a betrayal of those who rely on your protection. We've already been made fools of enough for 10 lifetimes. Fools of? Haha. And if we let these vermin go, we may as well hang up giant banners at the borders with the words, the Imazeb are weak. Come and take what you wish from them written on it. No, we settle this, and we settled as they settled things with the warriors whom they fought when they first came here, in death and blood. Take no prisoners. Kill them all. I get minus 1,000 pony power, and those are only military men, so I'm losing some military. I'm murdering all of these people.
Mr. Kitten's face says, with 987% more wholesome, and a god horse instead of a pope.
Yeah.
Might have been replying to something that I just forgot.
I think that's talking about. That's kind of the My Little Pony show vibe in general. It's pretty much just, yeah, this is the world. This is like our world's history, except it's more wholesome. But there's still war, there's still chaos, but it's more wholesome. And instead of a pope, we have a literal god horse that is a god of this world. And we also have Luna, which is basically the god's sister, who is also a god, but is cared about less by the common person because she only rules the night instead of the day, and we sleep at night, so you suck. That's the whole reason she became Nightmare Moon. Like, Nightmare Moon that's rebelling against Equestria here is actually canon to the show. She's the first villain. And the reason she rebelled against her sister 1,000 years ago is literally just because the people didn't like her because they were she was mad at the people for sleeping through her beautiful night instead of enjoying it and living through it. That's the reason for her being corrupted and turning into a nightmare version of herself. Is because, well, the people aren't enjoying my beautiful night, so I have to murder them.
Mr. Kinface says, I've never bothered with either shipping or crushes, as it never interests me. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I have 2 personality traits. I need to invest in other more important things.
They said cats is one of their personality
so they'd be a
traits.
They'd be a Tabasky in Dungeons and Dragons, that's for sure.
They're the one that suggested I just have cats in part of my special, and why I made all of them cats. Washed clean in blood, the warlords are no more, and their bands of roaming highway creatures have been given the end they deserve. If there are anyone out there who believes that the Imazeb were weak or hesitant to measure out justice, they now know how wrong they were. The countryside is soaked in blood, and though many escaped, most of the murderous thieves are dead. So how are you? You know? My little pony. I was meant to my friendship with you.
It used to just be ultra violent. You know how like there's like sub mods within mods?
Yeah.
There needs to be like a sub mod where like it's Equestria at war, but much darker.
Well, there is there's a sub path that I've heard gets super duper dark in the Carthaginian Republic, and apparently from what I've heard, it gets like genocide, like descriptions of genocide dark.
Oh my god.
So there's already some, like, a few nations that have some stuff like that already. Not many, but there's a couple.
Hidden Face brings another Q&A. What other game genres are you interested in potentially bringing to the channel other than strategy games?
Let's see. I play a lot of strategy games.
Hard strategy?
But, let me see. What other games do I play a lot of card games. Strategy game, though I guess that kind of fits in the strategy genre, but it's definitely a different type.
Dating sims a thing you wanted to do?
I like dating sims. I enjoy text-based games like choose your own adventure games quite a bit.
Would you play story-driven single player?
I mean, I definitely enjoy story-driven games quite a lot. I love a game that just has a real good story.
True.
True.
Yeah, because I was working like Cyberpunk, and I'm just throwing that out there. That doesn't have to be one. Uncharted, just different games that have like huge story-driven stuff, and Uncharted has like little puzzles. They're not the hardest things, but yeah, Uncharted's interesting. And Kitten Face says also the wholesome quote was the end of the previous message you didn't read, as these comments have a letter limit and sometimes need come in 2 parts.
Where was the wholesome? No, I don't. It's just all Mr. Hidden Face. All the comments.
I think it's the 987% more wholesome.
I know most people complain about teachers not punishing the school bullies, but I think giving them pseudo-death sentences is a bit extreme, with 987% more wholesome and a god horse instead of the Pope. That was just completing their thought from the last message.
Okay, I thought they were separate. That one came in much later, so I was like, it must be different.
Yeah, fair. Might have been a weird text delay.
True.
YouTube is weird sometimes.
Doesn't YouTube just kind of have a finicky stream, where Twitch doesn't have that much of a finicky issue because it's pure thing, it's stream?
Well, true, Twitch has been having their own issues recently.
I think you do fine on Twitch just because you're not doing anything quote-unquote controversial, but there are some weird things where, like, let's say thought streamers will get away with like showing inappropriate things, but the moment a guy does, they get banned for life. I'm not saying they're both right or like men should be allowed, but
it's more the fact that one can and the other can't than the fact that anything else.
Twitch has a lot of double standards.
Plus, one thing is that I would like to keep all my content on one place. I don't really want to have streams on Twitch and videos on YouTube. I'd rather just have them all on YouTube.
That's fair. I feel like I'd do the same. I'm not a huge fan of Twitch. The only time I use it's on rare occasion if a channel I like uses it.
Yeah, the only time I ever use Twitch is if there's a person like, oh, I love this channel and they're streaming on Twitch. Well, I don't really like Twitch, but I guess I'll use it just for them.
Well, that's how it always ends up being. But other than that, I feel like YouTube's just a platform to be. But I am using TikTok to try to advertise clips of my videos because if for some reason it's really good at reaching out to people. Yeah,
TikTok is easy for that, but man, I just don't enjoy TikTok.
Yeah, I don't use it to watch things. I just like, I'll just advertise myself.
Makes sense.
Oh, he said, Kinface, if you do any dating games on channel, probably not going to watch. It's really just not my cup of tea. Apologies.
It's not a big deal. It's also not a big deal either way. Like,
Yeah.
you don't. It's not some. You don't have to watch every video on a channel to enjoy a channel.
Yeah, like there's even taking breaks from videos. Like I don't watch Provis right now, but when I did watch him, I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. I haven't watched Provis in a while.
He's doing Old World Blues. Like I have his notifications. He's still doing Old World Blues and stuff.
The pacification.
Isn't that what you and Blaine want to do?
Blaine, Blaine's really into Old World Blues. I enjoy it. I like this mod more, but I do enjoy Old World Blues, and he's kind of the opposite. He enjoys this mod quite a bit, but he likes Old World Blues more. So it's like we're kind of
He's a Fallout diehard fan.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of one of those things where we're probably gonna eventually do some multiplayer on both this mod and Old World Blues, just because we'll do both of the ones we enjoy more.
Technically, looking at it, Thursdays when y'all record with me for my stuff, I feel like you and Blank could immediately record after.
Well, true.
It's like, all right, I'm done with my videos, and then I leave, and then you and Blank continue on and do your own.
Mr. Kitten Face is out taking over your stream chat. Oh, burn up my evil master plan. Pretty much.
Two viewers. I think one of those is me.
Yeah.
Usually, whenever you see like sub special, for some reason, more people tend to click on it.
Mm-hmm. I
guess since it's a stream,
yeah.
I guess people aren't as interested.
Mm-hmm. In fact, my video announcing the stream is currently doing way better than the stream.
Yeah, humanity's weird. It's like, 100 special, but it's a stream. I don't have time.
Like I got
a 30-minute video about 100 sub special clicks.
No, it's like a 50-second video of announcing the 100 subscriber special, and it has like 300 views, and now the stream has this. Because oh yay, I'll check out. Yeah, let's watch this video. Ooh, a stream coming out. Wait, I read the title and saw it was stream, but now I know it's a stream. Oh, guess I'm not watching that. Like the title says it'll be a stream. Like, what are you doing, people?
Have you checked the analytics of that video? Because like once in a while I'll just get curious and it's like, okay, who am I reaching and how am I reaching people?
Well, my shorts always do amazing. Anytime I announce a series or ask for what to play next, those get more views than my videos just because they're shorts. Like
maybe in a year YouTube will start throwing your videos at you, at people. I mean. All right, and he says, since you're talking about single player games, I'll let you know I was actually playing Red Dead Redemption 2 for the first time, and it was on sale, and I'm a cheapskate who wouldn't buy it at price, but decided to stop to watch the stream.
Yeah, my stream's better than...
You would be interested in watching your story-driven.
My stream is better than Red Dead Redemption 2. Woo, apparently. Woo. Obviously. I mean, come on.
He's probably into watching Hoi and stuff. It'd be interesting if there was a... Nah, never mind. I was about to say it'd be interesting if there was a Red Dead Redemption mod for the Hoi4, but then they're like, that's all like American-centric.
I bet they're... I wonder... There's an alright chance it exists on the workshop, but it's probably really old, not current, and also not good. But there's a mod for almost like everything. It's just... a lot of them aren't good at all.
I saw a thing like 5 years ago, like someone was working on a Wolfenstein mod. I love Wolfenstein. I love the world building of that world. But I noticed there was a mod in progress, but I guess that one has died because I have yet to see any big channel play a Wolfenstein mod. Tragically.
Oh, also the comment above the 987% more wholesome comment failed to send. So that comment is now completely out of context. That's what happened. Okay. So there's just an out of context comment that doesn't have the first half.
Okay. So like, it wasn't like the thing sent too late. It's just the thing that was supposed to go with it never sent.
That's pretty funny.
Womp womp.
Zarantina's oath to Topa concluded providing safety for the people. After Storm King and thanks to Peashooter, we failed in that promise for a while. Now, however, orders restored, and the lands of Topa are once again safe. Yay! We've made them safe by killing them.
It's that scene from that goofy old mid-90s movie, Mars Attacks, when the aliens were blasting everyone in New Vegas and they have the speakers. Do not be afraid. We come in peace. Do not be afraid. We come in peace, as it blasts every human in a radius. I wonder what the next monster for us is going to be for Devour. That'd be interesting. Because Molly was by far creepier than Annie. There's the spider one, which I think I want to save for Matt Strong when he plays with us. He says he has arachnophobia.
You're gonna force him to go against the spider because he's scared of spiders. Amazing.
Yes. You gotta squeeze out the content from your friend's fears. You know, that's how YouTube works.
Of course.
I like how some YouTubers, they make jokes about like, oh, we're not gonna get monetized. We'll save that clip for YouTube. It's like they're just speaking to the audience while they're just playing games. I'm totally gonna leave that edited in.
And then it's I love when they say, oh, let's not put the context for that one, and then they don't. It's like, wait, so what's the context? What's the context?
It's not a reference to the first Devour video.
While true, I've also seen that done in a lot of videos, and I love every time that's done. Well, it's not in a lot of videos. It's more of a rare thing that is done common enough where it's like, you notice it. It's like, ooh, I haven't seen that in a little bit. That's awesome. I love that joke. The announcement
videos get more views because people want to vote on new series. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I remember watching this channel.
Well,
you go first.
While I could see that being the case, I also, on average, get like 4 comments that are actually like saying what country to play next. So it's like people are like, "Ooh, I want to vote." It sounds like too much work, and then I just leave. That's what I think's happening.
And he also says, or YouTube recommendation are just garbage. Probably that, but let's be honest.
Yeah.
YouTube's bipolar.
I think
YouTube is bipolar.
Well, another thing is YouTube pushes shorts a lot more easily than normal videos. So it's just like, this is a short.
TikTok.
So YouTube's like, this is a short. Promote. But what were you gonna say?
But even then, have you looked at the recent updates? Shorts have been kind of wonky. You might get a short out that doesn't get any views. Some people have complained anyway.
Yeah, I had one short that's kind of like that. Didn't get as many as expected. But then the next short I put out got 300 views. So I was like, meh, whatever. Yeah, it's like, why? Like you get my short in the algorithm. You watch my short, and then you're like, huh, interesting. Bye, and then never sees again.
I think people are prone to click if there's incentive. When a bunch of Hoi4 fans of Equestria click on your video, they're like, ooh, I want you to play this, and if like they don't get what they want, they're like, okay, I'm done. And then or like, here's one example. When I first made my YouTube channel, this is a long time ago. These videos I have privated. I have a few and they're cringy. What ends up happening is this person was like at around 100 to 200 subs. They climbed, but now it's a dead channel.
Yeah.
But what they did in their first ever stream was subscribe and you'll get a gift card.
I
don't
like
like those I don't like how set up that
that's
is.
just
because
bribery.
if they don't get what they want, if they don't even win, they'll just be leaving. It's like, all right, I'm out and didn't get free money.
Shoot, they might even get the free money and say, ah, good, I got it. Okay, time to leave the channel.
Yeah, that is also true. So it's just, I don't like the idea of like doing the whole bribery or like subscribe to win this, subscribe to win that. It's like, nah. If I was a million sub guy and I was like, okay, I'm going to give out 5 of this, like maybe that'd be better. But don't do it when you're a small channel.
Yeah.
It's just stupid to me.
If you hit 1 million subscribers, you should that should be the time when you like re-upload your old videos. Like your
Hey guys, this is the cringy garbage I made before.
yeah. Like that's part of your 1 million subscriber special. It's just, I'm even gonna release my oldest videos so you can finally see the original. And then
Or like YouTubers are like, these are private, but I'll react to them for you.
True. You could also do that. Like, time for me to react to some of my original privated videos. That's pretty common, yeah. Oh,
Mr. Kittenface says, friends are just strangers you can more easily exploit. Milk your friends' fears for views. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I also milk Wheeler's love jokes to the demons in the game.
I don't get scared easily, so I just come up with other random things to talk about during it, because I don't get scared.
I think the main thing is adrenaline. When like we get piped up or towards the end of something and we're on edge. I feel like that's when you start to react. Not scared, but I noticed towards the end when I was editing, when we were like at the last 2 rats, everyone just got pumped up.
Oh, I get pumped up. I definitely get pumped up. I just don't get scared. I'm more like, yeah, we got that. But it's not a, ah.
I protected us with my body.
Yeah, that's when I get hyped up like that. Like, don't worry, guys, I protected us. Don't worry, guys, I'll block them with my body. Don't worry. Like that, yeah, that happens quite a bit. But I don't get scared.
What's the thing that does scare? What is a fear that you would like? If you were to do like, like some YouTubers are like, I'm going to play a game that's based around my biggest fear, and they're like something about water or something like that.
I mean, the only real fear I have in real life is just dying. But dying in games doesn't scare me. It's just I don't want to die. I can't really think of anything else. I
feel like Scorn would be an interesting one for you because it's based around like birth of life. It's like a twisted version of birth and death. At least what people have thought Scorn is about, because Scorn, the creators of Scorn were like, it's up to interpretation. I don't know if you've seen videos on that game yet.
A lot of the time they're like, oh, we don't want, because it's smart if you're a video game creator to be like, oh, it's up to interpretation, because if you do that, nobody can really say much. Like, it can be whatever, nobody's wrong, so people can theorize as much as they want. And the more people,
is an interesting game for sure.
And the more people that theorize, the more people are talking about it, the better it is for you as a game creator.
Because, like, for example, Scorn, it's a very interesting game in a sense that you can't really describe it. A lot of flesh, a lot of bone, a lot of organic machinery. It's a really odd game. I'm not sure if it's monetizable, that much monetizable. Maybe it is. Some channels have played it, but I don't know, it'd be something interesting you could play that's different.
Well, the good news...
And I want to say story-driven, but there's not a lot of story to it.
Well, the good news about smaller channels like me is I don't have to worry about if I'll get monetized or not, because I don't get monetized.
True, we have to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of views.
Which I'm like a fourth of the way to 4,000 hours. But I'm like a 10th of the way to the subscriber amount. I'm gonna hit the hours way before subscriber.
Mr. Kinface says, subscribe now, we may stop holding your family hostage. Average clickbait YouTube channel.
True.
Oh my god, I remember like 5 years ago when I got the first copy of GTA 6 when that was a phase, trying to claim you have games that aren't even out yet.
I should do something like... subscribe, join my Discord, and if you join my Discord, you can send me, like, a picture of your cat, and I'll add them to Hoi4.
Hey.
I'll add them to my Hoi4, game, in the actual game, if you send me a picture of your cat. That actually sounds like a pretty smart thing.
It's an incentive.
Yeah.
Because then they get a cat in the game.
Yeah, and then they can, and that'll also, maybe they'll watch my videos hoping to see their cat. And, like, I'll even say, like, first come, first serve, like, you get to choose what country your cat is in, first come, first serve basis.
First 10 people.
Like, if you're the first one, you get to choose a nation and guarantee you'll get it. If you're the second person, you can't choose their nation, but you can choose another, and yada yada. Because that, honestly, I kind of like that idea. I might actually try that.
Maybe have their... I was about to say maybe have their names, but then again I was like, that's a Patreon thing. Or a YouTube join.
Yeah, I wouldn't... But I could just... Yeah, you can have your cat in game. Just... Yeah, if somebody was gonna pay me, I'd put their name in, they could have their cat in 10 different nations. I don't care. Like, if they have 10 cats, all 10 are in it now. I mean, if you're gonna pay me, that's different.
Mr. Kittenface, it's like, yes, I'm in the background of YouTube development. I get to see how these YouTubers think. Maybe I'll join the community. Oh,
Oof.
Mr. Kittenface has said, finding I'm allergic to cats is my greatest fear. Oh wait, that's already happened. My nose is a permanent agony all year long, but it's worth it.
Oof.
I salute, sir.
Yeah. I mean, at least you're not allergic to the point where you die if you're around cats. But that's because there are people that they're around cats. For too long, they'll literally just collapse. But that does suck.
Like...
Hey, we have another person in the comments.
Hey, my cat Moonlight is a great name for a certain playthrough I still need to finish watching. Alright. Welcome to the chat. How would you say this? Adult Star 2012.
Yeah,
with the 2012 names.
Yeah, I thought it was Delta Star, but no, that's an A there. That's like Delta Star. Delta Star 2012.
So it's up to 3 people.
Yeah.
To those 2 people, be sure to invite your friends and maybe some family. We don't care.
Also, I realized the third...
Hey, Matt is here!
Hey! Bucket?
he just yells my name in the chat.
Hey! This is a person who's been in one of Rust's videos. He's been in a couple. He's been in, like, the early Brawlhalla videos, like the first 3. I forgot about
videos.
the early Brawlhalla videos. Yeah, those he was also in. But he's been in one of his recent videos. He's a cool guy. He's the one. He's the one I was talking about that has the huge amount of cats.
Yeah, he's the new cat king right now.
He has like 12 cats somewhere around there. His family does. Huge cat
it's
numbers.
An army. They could take over Nashville easily.
Yep, there's the cat guy.
Yes, he sends a big smiley face in the chat now.
Yes.
Hey man, you proud? I'm one of the streamers' friends that read the comments to them like others.
It has been too long, but finally the great city of Tobak has been returned to us. The scheming smugglers turned out to possess some modicum of integrity and honored their promises. We now return home to rebuild and to greet our old friends. Returning home. Tobak's streets were not like she remembered them, not quite. The Storm King's ravages in a year under the thieves had left it a shadow of its former self. There were still buildings that had not been repaired, and streets had piles of garbage in the corners, yet the ponies of the cities were out in said streets, and as Mikaza strode along Tobak's streets with her daughter by her side, they steered and stomped their hooves in celebration. Mikazaya wished she could join their glee, yet her smile was strained, and she found the moment of her relief poisoned by the sting of wounded pride. The mighty Aquilid of Zarantia returned to her city, not as a liberator, but first when a common smuggler and criminal allowed her to do so. She felt weak and impotent, and an unwanted sensation laid itself like a morning veil over everything. We should clean up this city, and when it is put back in good condition, we should celebrate again. Umaliz murmur made Mikaza glance at her. Her daughter's smile was wide, and her eyes sparkled with joy, even as she murmured, almost imperceptibly to her, "Let's drown the memory of this whole episode in celebration joy. Things are finally back to what they should be, and isn't that what matters?" Mikaza lowered her head slightly, feeling how her smile turned less forced. "Indeed, we should. My dear daughter. Indeed, we should." What is that beeping? That is Discord.
Matt has said, well, yeah, he said, I'm part of the few that didn't get posted. And Mr. Kinface has said, "I'm making my cat photos leader portraits, 200,000 pictures ready with more than 1 million well on the way." Just play military music with drums in the background to that. And then Matt says, 11 plus several kittens. Oof. And then, I'm proud of you, Bucket. Thanks, Dad. And now he just said, "Go to war already." Shake my head.
What is that beeping?
Josh is here. He says, "Hey, Bucket, I live."
Oh. I love how they're all saying hi to you.
Well, I am in the lead with 30 subs. I'm like the Vanoss of the group, you know? It's a whole YouTuber community, but only the most popular gets the most.
It's also only 2 people in the community, because the other ones aren't YouTubers. Like, that's not a very big community. Yes, the community of 2.
I can see Mahogany, Matt Strong, and Matt all doing their own channels. It could be on the same category of gaming, with various styles of editing.
Hello, Matthew. Nice to meet you. I'm random dude with cat PFP, who just kind of shows up. Says Mr. Kitten Face. I love it.
This is turning into like a random hangout podcast.
Wonderful. I'm the cat man of the group, says Matthew. Yeah, I'm just very slowly moving through the game, looking back at events every once in a while, as we mostly just talk. It's like a pod.
What is the nation you plan to attack? If you want to explain to the viewers your game plan with war.
Well, right now I'm Zarantia, and basically I'm going through a very specific secret path today. As you can see from the title, The Legacy of the Worm Queen. I am not going through one of the normal paths, as I'm going to be keeping first I had to go with Tobuck as a becoming part of me willingly. Then I have to go down here and not get rid of the corruption that has been spread by going through the left and right trees. And then some very specific things are going to happen that are going to summon some specific things. And things might get a little chaotic.
Hey, Matt and Josh are in a call as well. They're probably playing Terraria. That's what I saw earlier pop up on Steam. Yeah, it has quadrupled, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's up to 7. It's climbing. It's climbing. It was at 2 for a while. Probably it was like 2 hours at 2 viewers.
And the 2 viewers were me and Mr. Kitten Face. Because I'm watching my own stream to make sure it's going well.
Mm-hmm.
So
2 dropped. It's down to 5. Oh no. Pray to the YouTuber gods. Pray to that woman who's a CEO of YouTube to bless us. Alright, Matt said, alright, I just wanted to drop by. I liked it. Now I'm heading out. See you later. See you later, Matt.
Bye. Oh. Mommy worm path is so hard I could never do it. Delta Star, don't do that. Or okay.
Not yet, but we're about to play Terraria. I knew it. I halfway knew it. I don't know what Delta Star is going on about. I don't. I'm not a moderator, so I can't do nothing. But yeah, that's something.
Hey, a view's a view. A view's a view right now.
Bro, I got attacked by well, I won't say attacked, but 2 people came to my Discord DMs like, "Hey, yo, I am a marketer for online. I can help your channel."
Amazing. Yeah, he was talking to me about that.
I'm currently only own 3 cats, but what I lack in raw cat population, I can make up for the fact that I make everything in my life related to cats in some way.
Oh, Good Sim says down to 4, probably leaving.
It was the Soviet Union for a second, you know, you grew in population, then a quick war happened, and now you're halved.
Yes, yes, obviously. My channel. The Soviet Union. Same thing.
It was growing in population. You were near the population of Luxembourg.
I think I think Luxembourg has more than 3 people. And more than 7 people. And even if you're talking about
we're all Americans. We lack knowledge.
Even if you're talking about my subscriber count, Luxembourg has more than 103 people.
Technically, at least you have, don't you have more than the army of Liechtenstein back in that meme when, like, they came back with 1?
Oh, well, yeah, but I think they had, like, barely in, like, double-digit numbers or something, like, yeah. Legacy of the Worm Queen, that's basically just reject modern culture, return to worm path. I mean, I personally just know the way to get there, get to the path. I haven't seen anything about what's in the path. I've just heard it's a cool path to do, and I've learned how to do it since it's kind of complicated to do it. But I'm completely blind to what actually occurs in the path, so...
It's a legacy thing.
As the city is restored to Zarantia control, we must summon the old power brokers and figureheads before the Aquilid. They are still welcome under our rule, and Mikaza will meet them to hear their counsel and request their aid. And Warzina is sending spies to my country. Wow, thanks, Warzina. Warzina's rude. They're sending spies.
Ugh, how dare they?
My little cat.
I imagine the Worm Queen would be Tremors if directed by Michael Bay. You know what? I've watched all the Tremor movies, so now I'm just picturing them in my brain, just with more explosions than they already have.
Well, sorry, Mr. Kitten Face. It seems like people are fighting over control of my chat. The Tobukian Chieftains. Tobukis under Zarantia was not and had never been a city with one ruler, but rather the various power brokers and influential community figures in it were given a place on the city council. The city, much like the tribes of the desert, had largely been allowed to mind its own affairs, at least until now. Don't give me that look, Roserain, Mekaza told the mayor across the table from her before looking at the rest of the gathered Tobukians. Speak plainly, in fact. All you speak plainly. I'm too old to have you do the Tobukian half-step of implications and hints around me. Then please, noble Aquilid, it was Nins Amsdag, who spoke up. You returned from exile, and your first move is to clamp down on the freedoms the city has enjoyed. It's Basically where you were last year, Roserain butted in. We were left occupied by criminals, and those meant to protect us were off in the desert. I understand why we do, she waved at the gathered ponies, but how do you explain that to the rest of the city? That a tribe divided against each other will not stand, Mikazas told her. You're right, last year was disgraceful, and I failed. Zarantia failed. The very purpose of the nation snapped like a dry twig. What we've been doing thus far didn't work, and that's why we're going to have to clamp down. The Storm King is gone, but Colthages, whatever you call that entire mess over there, the Terrans are up to something as well, and the entire region is scrambling to adapt after the last years. We can't go back to what was, because we saw what that led to. Things need to change if we are to survive, and that's why we are here. I call upon your services as I did before, to make sure that the Zarantia we dreamed of comes true. Yay.
Mr. Kinface says, tremors, but it takes place in a primitivism society. Now I'm just picturing that new Predators movie with the Native Americans, but instead of the Predator, it's Tremors.
And it's a good thing I love you guys in chat because I want to watch the new J-Rose Pokemon run, but I'm here for you guys instead. So
I'm here for you over Pokemon. You made the right decision.
He does Pokemon like solo runs that are really fun. He's like the best solo run guy.
Ah, okay. Cartoons, a channel I like, has made a video recently on something that looks interesting to me. I'm going to check out probably around 5 o'clock. You know, leave the... around 5 o'clock, leave this, suba.
No.
Dang, Kunface is so far behind. He just now sends... Sending spies without permission is very rude and disrespectful.
Oh no, the cat! Oh. No, I didn't make an image for Daybreaker. I didn't expect Celestia to go Daybreaker, and... No, now they're a pony again. No. Well, that wasn't to happen. We've lost Celestia the cat. Celestia the ponies took him back over by becoming Daybreaker.
No.
Also, I love sending spies without permission is very rude and disrespectful. Just because it's like, they should have asked first, and then if I agreed, yeah, they could have sent spies all they want. Like, I
would have said yes.
Like, yeah, why did you send spies without permission? I would have let you send spies. I mean, if you're going to allow them to send spies, why wouldn't you just tell them anyways? You're basically just saying, yeah, you can know everything about my country. Let me just tell you about it.
Oh, it's a very beautiful place. Didn't Germans take vacation, quote unquote, in Russia? And mark out everything before they declared war?
Yeah, there were definitely things like that happened.
Face says sending slave raids without permission is also very rude and disrespectful.
yeah, I got attacked by Terra to steal my citizens to become slaves, and I couldn't really fight them off because my army sucks right now. I need to become the Worm Queen. A most useful griffin. It's you. You know, the guy that's gonna, shoot that gun at, a certain person that, and change the country forever. Hello. I understand that it is customary to bow deeply before you, most honored Princess of Zarantia. The obese cat, not griffin, cat, wheezed a bit as he addressed Umalez. I can only hope that you can overlook my failures in this regard. I am very old and my back is not what it was. A small smile crept over his face. I am also very fat, and most likely would fall over if I tried. I'm not so unreasonable to throw you out for that, Umalez hid a small smile as the griffin's self-deprecation humor. Hey Blaine. Between that and his ashamed appearance, face lowered and hat in claw, he cut an awkward, almost pitiable figure. Yet, you did work with Peashooter, and my mother has little patience for his crony. I completely understand that. In my position, I would be treating myself with the utmost care. Yet I am but a humble merchant, and I value my life above any notions of honor. That is for better creatures than me. I also humbly would say that it is why you must be interested in my services. I won't deny that my former colleague left the city in a bit of a mess. Yet he has somewhere to go, and I do not. I would serve you simply because if I don't, I am a dead grip, no matter what I do. Umalez didn't trust him, not really, but he did have a point. If there was a snake in the house, it would be better to know where it was. What more, and like her mother, she didn't feel like killing someone just in case. Who knew? Maybe you would prove useful. I'm sure you will prove yourself, Mr. Tredette. And, yeah, shoot, don't trust this guy, people. No, don't. Delta Star says, I'm probably worse behind my Wi-Fi's 10 Mbps, watching in 180p. Speaking of which, our sponsor today is Cheer Up Terra, Slave Raiding Legends, now with over 100,000 ways to forcibly torture heretics. Amazing.
Alright, I am going to get off here.
Okay.
Discord, are you working?
Yeah?
Okay, there it goes. I couldn't hear you, it lagged on my side.
Okay.
Alright, well, I am going to get off here, so goodbye to everyone in that chat.
Woo!
Alright, like and subscribe to him, or else he will enslave your family.
Oh, no, or else the Chirp Terrans will slave your family. I won't do anything, but, the Chirp Terrans are pretty hostile, and, I'll protect you. I'll just call the police. I'm not going to actually go over there and help you against them. I'll call the police if they attack you. That's about it. But above all else, the union between Tobuk and Imazeb is one of mutual respect and honor, and we view the city folk not simply as subjects, but as honored friends and an integral part of Zarantia. Recent events have shaken them, however, and we need to remind them of the esteem we hold them in. Well, now we can play more, of the game. That was fun, but it did distract from the game quite a bit. The old Broadfeldian bird. Vasil sat half buried behind papers when Umalez entered, and as he looked up from the documents he was working on, somewhat wild-eyed, he blinked and quickly rose up. Prince, he began, only to knock over a stack and send them crashing onto the floor. Oh dear, he grimaced as he scattered all over the floor. I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me. I've not slept too much recently. He bent down and did his best to pick up the papers. Umalez chose to simply bend down to help him pick them up instead of making a fuss. What keeps you from sleeping? Have you been sick? She asked him as she put half the fallen papers back on his desk. No, I am just making the most of the opportunity offered, Vasil said as he slid his own stack under Umalez. I admittedly may have worked a bit later last night than I should have. Has there been any issues with my work? No, not at all. Umalez wondered just how late he had worked. Rather, a cart was delivered to the palace this morning and containing gold that was stolen from the Storm King ransacked the city. You would not know any of it. Delta Star says, bye-bye. Mr. Kitten's face says, goodbye, Delta Star. It was nice having you. Bye, Delta Star. Have a good one. Yes, my apologies that I did not console you on this matter. I've had my ear to the ground recently while your mother is putting the squeeze on the city's underworld. I am making sure to catch any bits of interest that spurt out, as so to speak. An awkward moment passed between them before he covered his eyes with a groan. That was a terrible way to put it, and I'm so sorry. Umalez, meanwhile, had to hide the smile that came over her face. I will overlook it. However, do make sure that you rest properly. You won't be able to convince my mother of your usefulness if you exhaust yourself. Thank you very much, Princess. I will make sure to rest properly and to not make a fool out of myself going ahead. He bowed, and Umalez returned with a gesture with a nod before leaving the room. As she did, She couldn't help but be impressed. He seemed more sincere than she had initially thought. Maybe there's hope for him yet. Yeah, maybe there's hope for him. I'm sure there is. The Tobukians are traders at heart, and they have always strived towards new and better deals. Sometimes this is at an expense of the law, and though we accept it, we do not let it get out of hoof. Fair warnings will be given, but they have always known we treat the law seriously, and they can't have expected that to change. Woo! Do I want? Okay. Okay, good. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and grab you guys up. Let's upgrade these chargers. Or not. Yeah. True. I need to have less chargers to be able to upgrade the chargers. And then let's upgrade the warbands. Actually, let's switch over to you. And make you... warbands, do. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, everyone is goodbye, Oh, okay. You were saying bye to them. Okay. Understood. That was confusing. Oh, everyone is leaving now. Well, guess I'll just have to continue their legacy. Oh, not on. By the way, well, guess the chat is just me again. And then it's like, oh, no, I'm still here. Okay. Well, that was... Everything is confusing. Nothing makes sense anymore. Okay, I need to start making... Now that I actually have a good amount of that, I can start making these. And I can go ahead and do this. And now you guys are gonna become this. And now I'm gonna make more of these instead. Oh, well, that makes this awkward then. Well, glad you're still here. Yeah, you were saying bye to them, they were saying bye to you, and then neither left. That's great. Love that. Hey, I'm glad you're both still here, but yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? Man, this war has been going on for a while. Usually one of these sides wins pretty easy. Like, it's not always the same side that wins, but usually one of them wins. But apparently no. Lessons from Tobuk. It is a bitter pill to swallow, but there are things we can learn from Peacekeeper and his efforts here. Not all he did came out of brute force, and he managed to balance several factions quite well. Learning from him might feel distasteful, but there's value in it all the same. I suppose that makes sense. We can learn from him. A curious holiday. Good Evie's day to you, Vasil greeted Umeles as she came into the room. She gave him a confused look, and he quickly moved to explain. In Broadfeld, the river Evie has always been important, enough that we prayed to the goddess of that river. Today is Evie's day. Were I home, I would celebrate with my family on a huge feat. I did not manage to find some pain de ores, though. Would you care for some? He asked, holding up the plate of a small square piece of what looked like cake. Thank you, Umeles reached out and helped herself to it. It was more akin to a bread than a cake, but it was smooth and fluffy, and she nodded approvingly. That is very nice, thank you. Or, that is very nice, thank you. Is it made from rice? I recall reading that Broadfeld grows rice. Rice for days, Vasil chuckles. It is everything, and we can't say even boil rice. About someone who knows nothing. That and fish from Evie is most of what we eat. And I just can't know my dear grandmother would cane me for saying this, but I must say that I prefer the fish of the Green Bay. But sorry, I'm getting lost nostalgia. What do you require of me? He sat up a bit straighter, and Umeles raised a hoof to stop him. Actually, let's leave that for now. I will send for tea. And you can tell me more about Broadfield. If we are to trust you, it would be good for us to know you better. Also, it seems such a shame that you'd have to celebrate Evie's Day alone. I couldn't possibly ask that of you, Princess. I am more than honored, but I have worked to maintain my people's traditions, even in this new age. If you remain here, you will be one of my people. So please, teach me of your people's traditions. She pushed him a little, having long since figured out he kept his guard up. If he were to open up, she'd have to push. Vasil, in the end, bowed his head and smiled, more genuinely than ever before. It would be my honor. I'm to develop. Do I want to do that before I go down here? Nothing makes sense. Discord is on the loose. Oh, you're right, Delta Star. The war in Equestria has made them distracted, and Discord has escaped and is running amok around the world, causing chaos. Our faithful friends. There are those in the city who never forgot Tobuk's debt to Zarantians, and who were ready and willing to aid us should it have come to war. These brave souls deserve to be recognized for their honor. Friendship is a valuable commodity, and we know its price. Woo! Oh. Reestablishing dominance. The city is under control, but the outlying areas which have been neglected for over a year still go about life in their own way. They need to be made aware of the change in leadership, and that we may well come to ask them to do their part soon. Oh. Also, I forgot to mention this, but I can't believe Daybreaker's son killed Cat Celestia, and he was one of my favorite villains too. I mean, can you really be a villain if you never actually existed? I know. Cat Celestia. Also, she was not we fat fingers, small buttons, and autocorrect always sabotage tea. And she was one of my favorite villains too. Yeah, now I mean we kind of have to root for the Lunar Empire no matter what, because like they're the last cat. And if Lunar Empire dies, then I guess we have to root for the Changeling Lands, or I guess either Changeling Land or Buffalo Chieftains to somehow beat them, because they're the last cats left in the there. Not quite back to normal. Hubiscus was overjoyed that the Imazib were back in town. Not only did they keep things in order, but they also were way more well-mannered than those brutish mercenaries. If there was any people she really wanted to have piling into her little cafe to buy coffee or tea, it was them. Your tea is as fine as Ada. Always, Madame Hibiscus, one of the cats, commented as he and a dozen of his. She thought of it basically as extended family, and sat around a table meant for 8. How have you not caught herself a husband yet with tea like this? Oh, you know, my cat has not been able to come here during the last year, but I'm working on it. Her coy answer made the zebras all ooh and ah in understanding, and Hibiscus decided that now, if any time, she had to ask the question that has been gnawing on the back of her eye. Also, has something happened with Aquid? All these new laws and taxes, a lot of those ponies are worried. This isn't the Mekazaw we remember. The mood around the table dropped like a rock, and the zebra looked down at the tea. Well, then at least that proved that they weren't alone in seeing the issues. These are matters of Aquilid and the chieftains, one of the zebras sighed after a second, and Hibiscus felt a sting of irritation. Why did they have to be so differential and couldn't see that this wasn't right? She gave up a frustrated little noise, but pushed the anger down. It wouldn't do any good to snap at them. I know. The zebra suddenly picked up. It's Yufton you're waiting for, isn't it? He asked, leaning to see Hibiscus' reaction. Hibiscus just rolled her eyes. Never do mind. More Halfa? The mayor of Tobak. He is a snake, but no creature can deny that Vasil Tredet has been an... Tredet has been an indispensable asset as we restore our hold over Toba. His talents are great, and we can think of no more able candidate for the position of Mayor of Toba. We'll have to make sure to keep an eye on that. And now Hippogriff is spying on me too. Of course they are. They're always working with them. These two are basically in league with each other. Also, well, that's a lot of communist support. Interesting. The Exile's Hope. What do you reckon that your mother's state will look like in the end? Vasil asked Umalez after he was finished giving his report. I hope you will have patience with my question, but your mother's great work centers on elevating the Imazib people. She's doing great things, and she'll go down in history. But where does that leave Tobak? This city is not Umazeb. What is their place in the New World? A subject people? Amasis, Umalez answered him. Our people have never been one, not really. The fact that she accomplishes as much as she's able to is because she's bartered and dealt with them for years. To most of us, there's no greater difference between a Tobakian and an Atagan than between an Atagan and Uzal. In fact, most of my tribe would be more comfortable around Tobakians than Uzal. I understand, but I worry all the same. To the Tobakians, you are united. You all are still one people. A varied such, to be true, but Imazeb is still Imazeb. They don't like to say it, though, but in a more vulnerable moments, he made a grimace. It has been on my mind for a long time. Take my advice as you see fit. But if one side says you're part of us, and the other says we are our own group, then you have a recipe for great tension. And what would you suggest? Imalez had figured him out, how he started by laying out the facts in support of his ideas before suggesting it. I would suggest a mayorship over Tobak, one with wide-reaching authority to make them feel like they're truly part of Zarantia. Which one of those at Mikazah's side is one of them, and always will be. Then they see that they're more than just subjects. And who would you suggest for this title? Umalez asked, eyes twinkling mischievously. Come now, Vasil, you've got a suggestion lined up. Say it. Vasil shook his head, refusing to say it, but Umalez could tell precisely who he was thinking of. And yet, would he really be a bad candidate? We'll see. We'll see. Won't we now? I see that. Okay, they actually sided with Lunar. They said, "Hey, we neutral." Oh, I also give Princess Shade a face, so she's also a cat. Okay, so we still have three. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4 cats. Oh, this cat sided with the solar. Oh, I thought I clicked on you, and it was like, why are they controlled? They don't seem right. Because I saw them when I clicked on them. Woo. You're in charge now. The worst possible news. The shots rang out through the palace, one right after the other, and Umales startled as she heard it from just down the hallway. What was worth it came from where her mother had been. Breaking into a sprint, she ran towards it, only to find a door to her mother's study wide open and a body of a pony she didn't recognize on the floor right inside. Further inside stood Vasil, a gun in his trembling claw aimed at the figure. Princess? Princess? He stuttered, and while Umales normally would have corrected him on the use of the title, but the sight of the second body inside the room next to him made her heart stop. Her mother lay in a pool of her own blood, the wall behind where she had stood covered by blood spatter. Guards came storming into the room, Vasil being disarmed. Others rushed to Mikasa's side. She was dead, having died instantly when the assassin's bullet hit her, and Umales could only sit limply by her side, staring down at her mother. She was in a daze, as if she didn't know what to do or say. Someone screaming, howling like mad, and Umales still utterly detached, wished they'd stop. It took a good while to realize that this was she who screamed. And Vasil's coop! The tribal council is here. Overwhelming discontent exists. Yeah, things are going well. Wait a second. Daybreaker's son is just Cat Celestia in a scary costume in order to scare Cat Nightmare Moon and Cat Chrysalis away. This means Equestria is still 100% cat controlled. You're right. That matters much less. So, but the cat that was in charge of our country just got murdered. So there's also that. So just tell you, a cat just got murdered. So yeah. So not everything. Not all the cats are alive still, but yeah. With the most tragic death of the dear Aquilid, we force a breakdown in order. But thankfully, her dear daughter is present and distraught enough that she will agree to our aid as we quickly make her the new Aquilid. Yay. The new Aquilid. In the chaos after Mekaza's murder, the entire city became a boiling sea of shock and anger. The assassin, a Tobokian merchant, had come to the palace under the guise of delivering goods for the Aquilid, only to shoot her during her meeting with Vasil. At the news, the Mekaza's loyal tribes rioted. The merchant's business was torched and his family killed by enraged tribe zebras, or tribes cats. The Tobokian police were struggling to quell the fighting, and the Umales was in a daze. Princess, you have to act, Vasil pleaded with her as he sat by her side. There's no cat other than you. Only you can restore order. The tribe's on Aquilid. You must do it. I don't, Umales stuttered, her voice breaking. She had been devastated for days now and could barely function. I don't know what do I do, Vasil? What do I do? Vasil dabbed his forehead with a tissue as he leaned in closer. Send out your ironbreakers into streets. Tell them to drive back the rioters with force. Your tribes respect strength to be their strength. Claim the Aquilid ship, or your mother's dream will die here as well. You're right, I have to. She rose up, taking a deep breath. Send Zagwe to me, and I'll order her out. Vasil pushed himself up as well, and touched her shoulder. You're doing the right thing. Have faith, and we'll solve this yet. He gave her a fatherly smile before bowing and retreating, opening the door to send after the general. As he did, though, he couldn't help but grin a little to himself. When he had realized just how watchful Mikaza was, he had been ready to grab whatever he could and run. But when he had ever earned any griff of profit, looking back at the plotting of recent months, he had been outright reckless. But it worked. Mikaza was out of the way, and that sobbing girl in the room back there would bend like a reed. Vasil, you old chap, you've done it again. My favorite breed of cat. Haven't done a Q&A question in a while, so what's your favorite breed of cat? Mine is Russian Blues. My favorite breed of cat. That's a tough one, because I don't really get cats specifically for the breed. All of the cats I've ever gotten were all cats that we got from the wild or from that were in bad situations. Like, one of our cats kept trying to or their mother kept throwing them in a hole repeatedly to kill them. so we took them into our house instead. Like, I don't think I really have a cat breed that I like the most. I do think a good just black cat can be really cute, but I've never really gotten them based off of breed, more based off of just, oh, this one seems sad and lonely, and their mother thinks they're the weakest of the bunch, or they're trying to murder them. Let's take them in. And that's pretty much how we've always gotten our cats. These tribals really are causing a ruckus, and sadly, Umala's does not have the... Praising the celestial gods. Why are we praising Celestia? The old ceremonies. Umala swung the censer back and forth, letting the smoke of the sacred ignas fill the room. She knew all the steps of the rituals and sang the sacred hymns of the sun goddess, but as she led the procession down the temple, she felt like a fraud. To her people, the religious ceremonies were absolutely facts of life, moments that stood above political bickering, and yet here she was, using them to try to create peace in Tobuk that was near ripping itself apart. She wouldn't have done it had not Vasil given her a push. Of course, Vasil's giving her a push to do it. Bowing her head before the altar, she struggled not to cough at the harsh, sweet smell of the ignorant incense. It was overwhelming, and she had barely even tasted the tea from it before. Her body was tingling already, almost painfully so, and her vision was turning spotty. She focused as hard as she could on the ceremony, away from the recent events, away from her doubts, and away from everything that crushed down on her. Another wave of smoke came over her, and the rest of the ritual turned into an unclear blur. She recalled loose bits and pieces of it as she came to mess, and all she knew was that she came to sitting on a footstool on the back of the temple, blinking as she saw Vasil talk to some cat, only to look towards her when she gave up a confused noise. His face quickly split in a grin, and he hurried to her side, taking her hoof. "That was splendid, princess. You did great. Good work." He shakes her hoof, and overwhelming discontent. "Yay!" "Rip in peace, big ear cat leader. You shall be missed." Yeah, now we have big ear cat leader instead, because I made them the same picture because they're mother and daughter, and was like, yeah, close enough. So the daughter of the big cat leader, which is Big Cat Leader the Second. Alright, that's one ritual. Time to begin the rituals. Tobuk is as she always has been, and she has always been a wondrous city. Outsiders will preen and say, well, our city is greater, but they can eat sand. To us, Tobuk is a shining jewel, and the wealth and industrial might she offers us is the greatest prize. So get out of here. Yeah, that's right. We're the best, not you. That's 2 rituals done. Two rituals. Just like 14 more to go. And this is the ritual process that will show you my cat. Yep, this is what it's all leading up to see my cat. Where can I get more political power? What? Hello? Okay. What just happened? What is happening? Hello? Hello? What did I do? Am I good now? Why is there a thing? Why can't I click? Okay, so I'm gonna need to close that. Yeah. Yeah, whatever that was. So yeah, that happened. That happened. It's always funny when we look, okay, well now I gotta load this back up. So just to get at the stream and you guys are completely unaware. You don't know what's gonna come up. You know, one thing is that that when I added the cat pictures to the mod, it did make it a little less stable. I've noticed that. I think messing around with the images of the characters actually did legitimately decrease the stability of the everything. Yeah. Also, why is Hoi4 dimmer? That doesn't even make sense. Why is it dimmer? I don't know. Is it because Nightmare Moon exists? Is Nightmare Moon making the role dimmer? Of course she is. All my cats are rescued, however I own a cat encyclopedia, of course I do, that tells me all cat breeds. My oldest cat, 11 years, is an all-black cat, and is extremely beautiful. All black cats are really cute. Why is my... Work, fight, or perish. Today, Equestria. Tomorrow, here. New Maryland propaganda. I don't want to perish. That's so cool you still have a cat that old. That's so cool that you have a cat encyclopedia. I love that. Stagnating harmony. Removing hands. And making paws, right, game? Not making, like, hooves. You're making paws. P-A-W-S. Paws. Yeah, why is the screen not as bright now? What happened? Can I like increase? No. Why can't I increase that? What? So that's great. Why? Why are you less bright? And it's just Hoi4. Like the rest of my screen, the rest of all my stuff is completely normal. Oh, dude. Boop. Come on. I'm gonna try closing this again and reopening it. Because that's not supposed to be a thing. And you guys really are far behind, sheesh. You guys don't even know about the difficulties I'm having right now, about all the annoyances. Why is the screen darker? Like, seriously, why is the screen darker? Please. This 100 this 100 subscriber special is actually just an elaborate cat reveal. I approve. True. Yeah, I made the country leader of the Worm Queen is not the Worm Queen anymore. It was literally my cat. Why can't I turn up gamma? You guys feel like watching in a darker screen? Or is it, wait, it looks fine on your screen. Well, maybe not, yeah. Looks like EAW just trolled you again. Well, if it looks fine on your screen, what? Why does it look messed up for me and not you? Well, whatever. As long as it looks fine for you guys. Yeah, it looks completely fine for you guys. Why does it look... For me, my screen is darker. For me, my screen is darker and Hoi4 for no reason. Okay, sure. Well, whatever. As long as it's working for you guys, it's fine. I'll just work with this slightly darker pitch screen. I'll deal with it. As long as it works for you guys. As long as you guys are seeing it completely fine. As long as it has magical abilities to make it fine for you and not from the... I don't care. No, why should I care? I'll have to take a screenshot of how dark this is right now and send it to you guys. Or, not send it to each of you guys eventually, obviously, but like put it as a thing you can see like on my channel or something. Strange. Okay, well, I guess we're moving on, since everything is apparently completely fine. Which I suppose I'm glad to hear. But yeah, Umaliz has graciously restored Tobuk's independence after her mother decided to get her hooves all up in its business. And now we can see about scaling the more meddling reforms back. For this eventuality, Vasil has created an entire shadow bureaucracy that now can step out into the open and get to work. Yeah, it looks a little dark for you guys. For me, it looks like it's a shadow. Just thought of this, but if Equestria had a civil war, the leader of the Southern Confederate should be called Hoi4 EAW. That is hilarious. Because right now, the leader of their nation is just Rockefeller. Which is also a thing, like some sort of joke. It's not... That's a good one. Escalating tensions. Despite recent efforts to stabilize the situation, the death and assassination of the assassin's family of the hooves of an enraged Imazeb mob created a rift in between Tobukians and Imazeb, one which has steadily grown. Imazebs have begun refusing to walk the streets without weapons, no longer trusting that they are safe in the city, and the Tobukians are starting to see fewer and fewer differences between the Imazeb and the mercenaries that occupy the city after the Storm King's rampage. The accord built up during the old reign is fading fast, and things may well escalate further. Oh, what a tragedy. Not even the farmer's field is safe from the march of progress. With strange new machines, fertilizers, and countless new innovations making the fields more fertile than ever, fame will truly be a thing of history going ahead. A little dark, but not too much. Seems like Hoi4 is giving you a hard time. Yeah. Schools and clinics. All this change and development is pointless if it does not benefit the entirety of our people, especially the children. Those are for whom we built this new world, after all, and they need new teachers to find their place in the world, as well as doctors to save them from disease or injury. I'm doing the rituals to make my cat show up. These are all very important cat rituals. A tense first day. The air almost quivered around the two chiefs as they stared each other down, each having several equally grim tribes zebras lined up behind them. The silence was near deafening, but neither of them seemed willing to make the first move. It was a mood that could so easily explode into violence, and though they were both hard-bitten tribes, more than willing to shed blood for the honor's sake, that same honor forbade them from making the first move also. Thank you all for your presence today. I'm overjoyed to see that you take your children's first day so seriously. The teacher of this new school said with a smile from where he stood at the other end of the classroom, and both their places in the rows of benches. My name is Nervez Tifferlest. You can address me as Mr. Tifferlest. Or for you children, you can simply say teacher. Today, I especially wish to welcome Chief Munitez Akun and Chief Zarantia Kik. It is an honor to meet you both. As Chief of Akwin Nick, the two chiefs both began before stopping and giving each other withering glares. As the mood in the room dropped even further, neither of them continued saying what they were going to say. Their followers all rose up a bit taller, glaring down at their respective counterparts, and the children cowered a bit in their seats. Mr. Tifferlest, meanwhile, continued to smile, even if it was an ever so slightly forced smile. Gods and ancestors both help him, if they were the tribes his students came from. He really had his work cut out for him. Yeah. Stream for me is average brightness. Yeah, I can tell from the two of you, like, it's from looking at the stream, seeing your comments, like, it seems like it's average brightness for all other things. But me looking at it, it's yeah, it's not average brightness, I'll tell you that much. There's much to be done, and not enough workers for it. Much of this is due to various restrictions and limitations imposed on where and how you can work. And by scaling back and opening up for labor as payment, we'll grow our workforce massively. True. Massive increase, yo. The buck must stop somewhere, and it stops at the mayor's desk when it comes to ensuring the city's prosperity. There's no reason to bother with all these rules and regulations. A simple approval from the mayor is all that's needed. True. Rules. Regulations. Mayor. Yeah. I don't know what that sound I made was. Clashes in the streets. Tensions between the Imazib and Tabukians boiled over today, and there was open fighting in the streets. What started as an argument over prices charged by a street vendor soon became a scuffle, which in the end developed into armed clashes. No creature knows who fired first, but in the end 27 zebras and ponies were left dead in the streets. While things did not spill over into more widespread chaos, the rift that tore up between the Tabukians and Imazib is immense. The two peoples who once intermingled freely are more and more withdrawing from each other. What a tragedy indeed. Cutting the red tape. A slim government is an efficient government, and so we do away with the more restrictive rules placed on the city. Tobuk was built by Marijib settlers who took the opportunity before them, and Zarantia was born of a zebra who did the same. It's not fair that we'd limit today's creatures anymore. True. A braid of enmity. So tell me, you two, Mr. Tiflest said as he watched the two young zebras standing in front of him. Zadla Aquin and Takama Amsik had been at each other's throats since the very first day, and now they had come to actual blows, with Sadia missing a tuft of mane and Takama having a bite mark on her leg. Why did this start? No, he said, raising his hoof as they seemed about to start yelling at the same time. Zadla will go first, and then Takama will speak. Zakama pushed my cousin, Zadla said. Takama bristling. I pushed him because he wouldn't leave my sister alone, she yelled out angrily. You lied, just like Amkik always. Zadla began, and Mr. Tiflest slammed his hoof into the table. Quiet! Mr. Tiflest roared, cowing them both before leaning down to begin untangling this entire mess. So Zadia's cousin had been pushed, but that was only because he had been harassed. He had harassed Takama's sister before she had tricked him out of his lunch, and she had done that because another kid had stolen hers, and God's help them all. So what started all this? He asked the two. Go back to the very start of this whole thing. Where did this conflict between your two groups? He looked from Zadla to Takama, neither of them answering. Nirawa's sighed. This started centuries ago. At some point, Amkik and Akian started fighting, and you've been fighting ever since. Nobody knows where it started because it is a braid made from spite and anger that goes back since before anyone was born. He placed a hoof on each of their shoulders. I understand why you did what you did, both of you, but I'm here because the Aquilid needs more from you, on her behalf. I ask that there be peace between the two of the tribes. Can the Aquilid count on you? Smart way of wording it. And the slave raid. Get on over there. Do your best. Even if I know it won't go well. We might as well give it a shot, I suppose. Shoot. Opportunities galore. Every creature has agreed that Tobuk is a place of opportunity. Here, a pony or a griffin or zebra can make themselves without annoying interference from others. Here, those who can make reach as far as they wish, and those who can't can stay out of the way. True. Time to lose another slave raid. Oh, never mind. The raiders defeated. The Chirptarian raiders have been beaten back. We've captured a few prisoners of war, but nobody can give us any information on where or when the Chirptarians will attack next. And nobody high rank enough to be useful as a bargaining chip. Still, we can congratulate our soldiers on a job well done. Woo! We actually did one of those successfully. I am shocked. The Tarnished Jewel. Jewels have many facades, and so does Tobuk. Freedom means to be able to trade even in what others may disapprove of. And yet is not freedom the brightest jewel of all? True. True. The mercenaries return. The ascent... Actually, no, I'm gonna do this one first. The Cultural Renaissance. The ceremonies held in Tobuk turned out quite well, and we've seen the tensions abate somewhat. Digging deep into the Imazib traditions, there are countless old ceremonies that have faded in relevance over time. That won't do. Let's give the zebras a grand cultural reawakening, and maybe they'll start behaving. Awakening the old ways. These silly little ceremonies were doing wonders, and Vasil could have giggled with glee at the gold mine he had discovered. Not an actual such, of course, but for how it kept the tribes in line. And not only that, after she had done that, the whole song and dance for them, the princess was high as a kite and became completely docile, and it stayed too. It took her days to regain herself after the ceremonies, after which she did begin to become different again. But the answer was all too obvious. With the Imazib having a massive array of different gods, all with unique rituals and traditions, the princess' schedule was swiftly becoming packed with rituals. The Imazibs were going to have a cultural renaissance, with their old traditions coming back greater than ever under the watchful eye of the Aquilid priestess. The only problem was that blasted Igonet flower. For some reason, the Imazibs were really particular about what particular drugs they used to come in contact with their gods, and Igonet was rare enough that it was probably the most precious commodity the tribes had. Trading for it was a near impossibility, so if he wanted to get hold of it, he'd have to get hold of it on his own. It would be expensive, but it costs to invest in gold mines. With this, the tribes will sit down and behave. Yay. Rituals to summon the cat. Sounds like a cat cult. I love cat cult. Cat cult. Cat cult. Yeah, cat cult. The Igonet ceremonies are quite something. It does cost to dig up those flowers from across the desert, but with some stagecraft, the ceremonies seem almost supernatural, and what more, the consumption of the flowers keeps Umalez pliable when she isn't performing. Yay. Yay, forcing docileness on a human being, or a cat being. Yay. Religious frenzy. Hibiscus was terrified these days. She had once welcomed the Imazib back, but nowadays everything was chaos. It had seemed like the tribes were planning to burn Tobuk to the ground after the deaths of Mekazah, and in the wake of it, they had become frightening. Those who hadn't departed from Tobuk were angry and looked at you with suspicion, as if you might try to murder one of them as well. Why did they have to judge them all after what one desperate merchant had done? Even worse, though, was the constant rituals. She didn't understand half of it, but Inozid were in those of the religious madness these days. Nary a week was passing without a new ritual, and it felt like they were steadily becoming more and more violent. What at first had been prayers and songs were these days a cacophony of wild dances, chanting, strange rituals, and even sacrifices. Her old customers were largely absent these days, and the few who showed up were different. No man of their faith only grows. It's worth it to summon the cat. The ascension of your... Oh, silly games. The mood was really awkward in the school bench. Mr. Tifferless had reshuffled their seats, and Takuma and Zarantia had gotten the dubious pleasure of sitting side by side. Neither of them had said anything to the other for the entire day. In fact, they hadn't even looked at each other and instead focused on their work. And yet still the air was almost quivering between them. And as Zarantia reached out to grab her pin, she accidentally bumped into Takuma, who gave her a sour glare. Zarantia glared back, only for both of the girls to jump in their seats when Mr. Tifferless slapped their bench with his hands. "Did you intentionally puncture Zarantia?" he asked, and Zarantia looked down at her bench. "No, it was an accident," she muttered. "No, it was an accident." Mr. Tifferless looked to Takuma, who also looked down. Turning around, he returned to the blackboard. Zarantia, meanwhile, glanced at Takuma and stuck out her tongue before quickly turning back to look at the blackboard when Takuma glared at her. After a few seconds, she realized Takuma was doing something and looked, only to see Takuma turn back towards the teacher as well. Realizing what she was doing, Zarantia extended her tongue once more and turned back before she was spotted, unable to stop a small smile from creeping onto her face as their silly game continued. Mr. Tifferless, meanwhile, heard the small giggles coming from behind him after a while and smiled to himself before schooling his face. Though he approved, he still had a class to hold. Zadla, Takuma, out into the hallway with you. Yay. The mercenaries returned. The ascensions of dear Umelez did, predictably, make the tribes a bit antsy. We cannot rely on them to enforce good order, and we'll have to look back to the old associates for help. Sadly, the latest kerfuffle meant that many of them are not available, so we'll have to take what we can get. Fair. Alright, mercenaries, go on over. Ugh. The bucket almost like threw my mic. Don't know why I did that. Or almost did that. Alienating some tribes. As the more loudly shouting tribes have proven, loyalty isn't always a good thing. The Amzadmud hag, Zadha, especially has been a real pain. It will be tricky to pull off, but we'll ram a wedge between her and Umelez yet. True. We'll do it. It's all worth it to summon the cat. It's all worth it to summon the cat. Knock another down. Alright, we're getting close to the rituals needed. The Ironbreaker's contempt. You ordered me out to slaughter our people, and now you claim the position of Acolyte without their approval. Zaga snarled as she stared Umelez down. Has your brain rotted? I know you tribes put pride in being frank, but you are still speaking to the Acolyte, so mind your manners, Vasil cut in before Umelez could reply, making Zaga turn to him with eyes blazing. Hold your tongue before I cut it out, you swollen crow. This is an Imazib matter, and you should be dangling from the gallows already. Enough! Umelez screamed, slamming her hoof into the table. What little composure she had regained in recent days was gone. I restored order after they ran out and started killing innocents, and yes, I took the position. I was going to call those chieftains to a meeting while their warriors burned Tobuk down. You served my mother, you served me. Or are you going to turn around, too, when it's no longer convenient? Daga froze at this, the anger running off her as she stared moodily at Umelez before responding. Don't you dare call my honor into question one more time, whelp. Amzarmud fought for your mother since before you were born, and you of all cats do not get to question that. Her voice was deathly still, yet Umalez didn't waver. Then leave, don't question me again, she hissed, her entire body trembling. Zagwa spun around and silently walked out, leaving behind an Umalez that slowly sank down to the floor with her body trembling. Basil came to her side and placed his claw on her shoulder. You did the right thing, princess, he whispered. That zebra was just unreasonable. You had to put your hoof down. Umalez could only stare down into the floor as she nodded mutely along with Vasil's words. I had to put my hoof down. Yeah, sure. That's what's happening. With some tribes openly defiant, we have good reason to send Zagwa and her Ironbreakers away from Tobuk and off into the deep desert to deal with them. She'll have her work cut out for herself, but she'll be quite able to handle it. And if she doesn't, or she goes rogue, she'll still be out of the way. Wow. The back of the Ironbreakers. Umalez, I know you can hear me. When the order had been sent out to Zagwa, she had stormed towards the palace to demand answers from Umalez, only to have guards block her path. Umalez! She paced back and forth, one hoof on her sword. If you have even a shred of integrity left in you, then face me, or do your mother birth a coward? Come out! Princess, wait! Inside the palace, Vasil stopped Umalez from leaving the room they were in. Don't indulge her. She's actively defying you, and if you let yourself be cowed now, she'll show every creature that you can get your way by bullying the Aquila. Zagwa served her mother for decades. She deserved better, Umalez said, making another move for the door as Vasil stopped her again. And she will get it. She just has to go on her mission. She'll cool down, things will settle, and when she comes back, you can embrace her like a sister. But right now, you must be the firm one. What would your mother have done? Umalez flinched, almost as if she was struck, and in the end she slowly lowered her hoof from the door handle. Zaga, meanwhile, remained outside for nearly an hour, screaming for Umalez to show herself. In the end, though, after no response, she turned around and left. That very same evening, she led her Ironbreakers out of Tobuk. Her mission: scour the far waste for any tribes that were in open defiance of Aquilian rule, and not return until they were dealt with. It would be a long time before she ever saw that city again. The Ironbreakers have departed in rage. Aw, that's my, best, sad. Boop. Buying and bullying the others. Those tribes who remain on the fence should not be so easily discarded. If you understand the zebra's ideas about honor, you can simply squeeze them to fall in line. For those of a more particular mindset, gold does the trick. True. I mean, gold would do the trick with a lot of people. I mean, sounds pretty tempting to me. Sometimes victory isn't all. Zadla didn't like tests. It wasn't the test itself that was the issue, though. It was that both tribes turned up to hear the results. Her father and a large contingent of the Aquin tribe had gathered outside the school building, once again staring down the Amikik across the schoolyard. It felt weird, like two different parts of her life that just wasn't meant to come together, and she gave Takama an apologetic look. She'd never tell her father, but she didn't mind Takama. After today, though, she had felt confident on the test, and she knew she had a chance to get the top score. But she was the best in her class. Her father would lord it over Amkik, and by that, Takama. As they stood there, waiting, Zadla realized she was begging that she didn't get the top score. She didn't really care about that, not if it was at the cost of her friend. As Mr. Tifferlest came outside, over 100 eyes turned to him as he cleared his throat to call for the students, who lined up and realized her heart was beating and she could only bow mutely as she was given her results. Walking over to her parent, she looked down at the score. 98 out of 100. 98! Well done, my daughter, her father said loudly. patting her shoulder. I knew you could do it. You've made me and the tribe both proud today. Zarantia wanted to sink down into the ground as she saw her father pointing in the direction of Takema's, who only blinked. Wait a minute, my daughter also got a 98? Has your brat been copying her? Takema's dad yelled. The two girls meanwhile looked at each other in surprise, and as their fathers began to yell at each other about who had copied from who, they all snuck away to exchange tests, realizing that they really had gotten the same results. They high-fived in joy. Education and togetherness. Woo! Alright, we're getting close to summoning the cat. Are you truly prepared for this? Are you truly prepared for the cat summoning? Are you really prepared, though? Truly. Could you ever be prepared for it, though? Ensnared in gold. Gold is an amazing gardener for loyalty. The less affluent tribes especially have been quite easy to ensnare as we brought up their traditional ways of earning a living and made sure that without us they have nothing left. They'll be fine though, as long as they remain loyal. True. Enforcing loyalty. The Aquilid is the supreme leader of Zarantia, and defying her is treason. Maybe the Imaziv have had some other notions on that topic, but that's neither here nor there. We are at last where we can enforce some proper order. Whoever does not bow shall be executed. True. We should murder them all. The Defiant Sage. Though this is what you can offer in response to the truth. Wimwork Tassa went and asked calmly. The courtroom was tense as a piano wire, with all eyes on him. The Blue Sage had been seized by guards after he was caught publicly denouncing the dismissal of the Ironbreaker. The charges disturbing the peace and inciting a riot. Judging from the mood out in the streets, there was plenty of chance for a riot yet. The defendant will be silent during proceedings, the judge addressed him, and Wibward looked around himself as the charges kept being read out. In disgust, he shook his head at all. Are you proud of yourself, Judge? He asked, ignoring the banging of the gavel. You are old enough to remember when we Imazib flooded over the hills to liberate you. Have you forgotten the old depths so easily that you participate in this farce? His voice rose as the judge yelled for him to be quiet. Have you not forgotten what the Imazib are capable of if you betray them? Do you not see what you are abetting? You are meant to keep the laws, yet are those laws letting you march your city and your people towards oblivion? Think, you fool. Think about before you become the instrument of your own undoing. He had no time to say anything more before the bailiff seized him and gagged him. Umalez, meanwhile, sat in her study and tried to focus her mind elsewhere. Everything was in chaos and the city needed stability. She had to recuse herself from Wibward's trial. Otherwise, no creature would have any reason to believe in the law. But how could she? Wibward was revered among her people. Throwing him out would make things even worse. He was just about to rise up and storm away towards the court when Vasil placed a claw on her shoulder. He hadn't left the room during the proceedings either, and Umalez wanted to curse him out, but bit her tongue. Who else did she even have to trust these days? The news of the verdict came. Expulsion to the desert. The Blue Sage is exiled. Woo. Now if I don't get the event for this one, I will just reload the save and make sure to do like one more ritual, but I think I should be good. The constant Ignet use has left Umalez in a daze, and she has to be managed more and more closely. For this reason, it's high time to abolish the Aquilid official duties and let her focus purely on ceremonial ones. She does not seem capable of much more these days. True. Come on, come on. Oh wow, you actually went communist. Well, there's a positive. Back to my first series. Are you positive? Wow, this civil war is still going on. And wow, how have these two civil wars not finished up yet? Especially this one. That one sometimes lasts a while. This one usually ends pretty quickly. And suddenly she saw the hot air burned in her lungs, just like how the sand in her eyes and the ignited fumes in her brain. She stumbled and pushed herself up again as she kept running deeper and deeper into the desert. Where and why didn't matter. She only knew that she needed to run, flee the abomination and the future of her people and had turned into. How had she not seen? How had she not understood? And now it was all gone, choked up by the slug that had nested in her heart of her mother's dreams. She ran, throwing off her jewelry. Its weight seemed to drag her down, discarding the robes that felt like fetters around her body. I'm sorry, Mother. I'm sorry. She couldn't think straight. Everything was like a dream. Around her, the ancestors danced, screaming at her, asking her why she hadn't stopped it, cursing her failures, even her mother. Her mother stared her down, and Umalez couldn't meet her eyes. Forgive me. Please, Mama, forgive me. She cried, even as the tears would not come. What was wrong with her? Retching again, she felt like she needed to expel everything inside her, and her hooves beat against the desert sand again and again. Ah! As she screamed and wrenched and cried, the sound of the vehicles behind her left her looking back in panic as she broke into a sprint when she realized they were coming. She wouldn't go back. She couldn't. Her sobs and retching did not abate, and in the end her legs gave away under her again as she pounded the sand in rage and shamed dead. Take them all. Israel, take her. Let the worm take this entire cursed world. Let the thing she wove her body out of her mother's legacy burn. Ishmerd, take you all. Her screams became guttural, primal, bereft of thought and reason. The soldiers leaped off their vehicles and grabbed her, yelling at each other to get ropes to tie her up and drag her back. She kicked and bit, feeling blood in her mouth, and not even knowing whose it was as the world spun around her. Angry shouts turned panic. A couple of them let her go, yet Umalez only kept fighting. Ishmerd, take them all. It was there she heard the rumble, realized her hooves were sinking into the sands, and then the world exploded. Ishmerd, take them all. Umalez disappeared into the sand. So hey, Vissel Seltradet, here's their cat photo. This is the cat. I love how just so happens that it looks like there's like a floating fedora over the cat, but this isn't my cat. This is another random cat. We haven't gotten to my cat yet. But hey, new cat. They won't last very long though, just a warning. Bury that which was. It was supposed to be easy sailing from here. We were supposed to be home free. The hard part was meant to have been over. The hard part isn't over. Sorry, Vasil. In fact, it's almost impossible for you to win now. Because you don't have the player on your side anymore. And that means you've lost. The sudden departure. After the Aquilid ran off into the desert and got herself eaten up by Tatzelworm, we were half expecting things to go south, and fast. But the expected explosion of violence did not come. It seemed as though our efforts to divide the tribes had paid off. With the hoofful of tribes that we could buy off on our side, we were safe, at least until last night. Out of nowhere, nearly every last of the tribals packed their stuff and left. The entire coast is being emptied of zebras, or empties of cats, and in the cases where our border patrols tried to stop them, the tribals shot their way out. If we wanted to ensure that we didn't have to deal with the tribes again, that has certainly happened, but the circumstances are beyond suspicious. Get some patrols to follow them. I want to know what's happening. And there goes all my political power. Summon the cat! Yes! Says Mr. Kittenface. Getting close now, lol, says Delta Star. Oh yeah. The Aquilid was under our control, and we had the tribes mostly handled. Tobuk was ours for the plucking, and we were setting in for a long, sweet gig. You were. You certainly were. Summon the cat is the only thing that catters! Hey, good one, Mr. Kittenface, good one! The secret is out. We had thought that the departure of the cats would at least give us some peace. But instead, there's rioting across the city. Someone has spread the word of what's happening to the Aquilid out to the people, and now they are out in the streets calling for Vasil's head. Vasil, meanwhile, is furious, and as the police is breaking up the protesters, an internal investigation is just who leaked the information out there. The troops involved in that fiasco were dealt with and wouldn't be able to tell anyone. And nobody outside the inner circle of advisors knew about it. Yet they are still out there. And when Vasil gets his claws on them, they'll wish they never were born. Get the police into the streets! -20 stability. Let all become ashes. But she had run off into the desert and got herself eaten. That was bad enough. Really bad. And we were expecting something would happen. Oh boy. Slaughtered patrols. The patrols we sent to try to track where the tribals were found on the border to the tribal lands in pieces. We aren't sure what exactly happened, but they were evidently caught, and the tribes took their time with them. The entire scene that met our border patrol is beyond gruesome, with the scouts having been ritually killed and their bodies arranged in some strange pattern. One of the guards identified it as a stylistic tatsa worm, which only raises even more questions. However, this person revealed what actually had happened is they're working with the tribals. What more, they're currently running circles around us. What is going on out there? So that something new can grow from it. But how could we have expected this? How could any creature have expected this? No, even the brightest cat. Even Cat Celestia hiding in her costume couldn't have predicted this. No one could have. No one. Chaos. So across the country. One thing is coming from another, and both are bringing their extended families. The streets of Tobuk are still filled with rioters. We've no idea what's going on in the deeper parts of the country. Our troops are being sabotaged, and bombs have started going off at airports and railroad hubs. The perpetrators we've managed to corner have cut their throats rather than be captured alive. They have been cats, a couple of cats even, and the only thing that they have in common is that their bodies are covered in weird tattoos that have been identified as being that of the Zarantia cult. For some reason, these grave tenders have gone insane and are causing all the damage they can. The question is why, and there's a sense that we won't like the answer. Something big is coming. The song of the goddess, the song of my cat. Every foal among the Imazib knows to fear the passing of the Tatsa worms, the creature they know as each-armed. They are the heralds of the goddess of death, and all that steps in their path is undone. You do not fight the Imgermed, you flee. Even if you could bring such a beast down, it would not earn you honor, but rather exile, for their passage brings the sacred Ignid flowers to the desert, though which those blessed with its taste can glimpse the gods. They are eternal, their wrath endless, and their gifts priceless, and when they sing, the Inabzeep know the world will end. Slowly swaying as it towered above the zebras, the titanic worm filled the air with its rumbling laminate together with the priests that encircled it. Other priests walked among the gathered crowds, holding baskets into which the tribe zebras threw their jewelry and their adornments, stripping themselves down to merely their robes in a way of mourners, but for one exception, they were all armed. As the last zebra discarded his necklace and his rings, the mighty worm reared up high, its three jaws slowly opening as it looked out over the crowds. Gasps was hard and disbelief came from them, along with cries of denial or realization, yet it all was drowned out as the worm, against all they knew, spoke. Behold your pest, the false roads you walk, and behold where they led you. A voice was not one, but 1,000, all speaking in accord as its breath washed over them, overwhelming them with acrid, sweet smell of ignite. I wish I had a voice changer right now. So I could just use a voice that had like 1,000 voices. I've seen that before, but I don't have that. The mirage had faded, and as you see, you understood. Aquilid broken, hopes crushed, trust betrayed, future murdered, rotting and left to the sand. So kill Imazib, walk the bloody path, and bury the false world that would undo you. Die and die as yourself in the broken world, and may the ashes bear the fruits of a new. A frenzied, enraged howl echoes across the desert. Woo! Legends come alive, and myth marches to war. The Worm Queen! My cat! I'll put a full image of my cat on as like a post on my I'll put that as an image on my on YouTube that you can see. But yeah, that's my cat. I couldn't get the game to actually allow me to do the full image because it's really, really difficult to get the game to actually let me put images up, and apparently it's even harder to do pictures I make and not online ones. So thanks for that, game. But here's my cat. They're my cat. Hippogriff going communist is a nice callback to your first EAW playthrough. I know, it actually is, though. The Worm Queen has been an eternal fixture in Imazib legends for centuries. As all things are born, so all things must die. And she is there to devour the dead, and doing so separate their spirits from their flesh. Rot and decay, the conceptions of flesh and fire, and by wind and water. Everywhere that things wither in her domain. Her children are countless, from the smallest carrion feeder to the titanic Ijamd that roam the deserts of the Zebrica. And in the end, all things will come to her. She is no goddess of death, though, as the realm of the dead is far beyond her reach. All she does is break apart that which was in order to make sure that something new can be born of it. As the girl Imelez cried out for Ijmerd, devour them all, a herald of the goddess did indeed hear her. Her body fell into the thrashing maws of the giant cat. Yet the divine essence of the Ignite had permanented her and made her mind become one with the creature. Where it now ends and Umelez begins, none can say, and neither can anyone say what is left of Umelez. One thing is clear, though: the degradation that the promises of Tobek offered would break the Imazib, as it has broken the world, and the worm goddess has decided to act. The world is sick, and her destruction is the cure, not curse. And yeah, here we are. We've it just gives me 300 political power to get back to the point that I want to be at. Fair. That's honestly fair. Okay, so all I need to do is go, and like you guys, go this way. And that should be good. Arise, Jumerd. Arise, Worm King. There's a whisper in the deep deserts, a call from myth and legend. It sings a song that rested in our blood for a millennia, and calls us to the highest cause. As all things are born, so all things must die. Zarantia is dead, and Tobek, the cancer that killed it, shall follow in on its funeral pyre. Yes. Yes, it must. It certainly must. Push them out. And there we go. They've capitulated. That was quick. We did it! We won! Oh, we also have modern agriculture still. We still have modern agriculture. That's good. We're still a modern confederation, and we're still the desert tribe. So, you know, we've not lost all our identity. Yeah, this is the image that the Worm Queen should have, if you want to... It's actually a pretty cool image. Like, it's honestly might be one of my favorite base game images. Like, it is genuinely really cool. Oh, it also gives me a troop. Cool. It also gives me... Oh, wow, I got a new division thingy. Tatsa worms are now a thing that I can add to my army. They're also... Oh, they're early... Oh, I have to... Do I have to, like, make them? How do I get Tatsa worms? Because it specifically says, like, where do I... What do I need to make them? Just pure manpower? Okay. Are they a support equipment? I don't know what those are or what they do or anything about them. And I'm now a supremacist nation. Woo! Regressing society. How great. The Song of the Ichmern. As the goddess calls, the great worms come to her. They delve through rock and sand, striking from nowhere, and bring down even the mightiest walls. We now walk alongside the destroyer and dance to the song of death. Woo! Oh, the Romans are dead, Pog. Yeah, I actually really like the Romans, but I don't see them beat the quote-unquote Roman guys very much. How are these civil wars still going on? Oh, well, the one downside about the communists taking over is, Queen Nova with a cat is the only cat I had for them, so, yeah, there's not a cat there now. No, that's it. That's good. And you guys still haven't gotten to seeing my cat even. Stream delay sucks. Whoa. Doomsday economy, jeesh. Wow. To cut out the cancer. Our cause is the highest, and it is to break and destroy that disease that killed Zarantia. They will resist us to the bitter end, but we will preserve all that we shall be put to use in this fight. Don, I just want to see your reaction to the... I don't think I'll be able to keep my promise of finishing this entire campaign in this one episode. If I don't, I'll just continue it, like, after my videos on the last episodes of the last series are over. But, I don't know if I'll be able to, sadly. I probably won't be able to keep that promise. I don't think I'll be able to do this entire thing. In fact, I probably don't have that much time left to keep going, to be honest. The return of the old gods. In this struggle, we walk alongside the great gods of old. hearing names we had long forgotten. If we are to die, we can at least have done our part to ensure that the worms remain behind. Woo! Cat reveal, yes! Woo! Cat. All hail the cat queen. All hail the cat queen. Woo! Oh. I also changed Black Collar to a cat. I don't even think I showed it, but she's already gone, so I don't... Oh well. Sure. Weekly stability and weekly war support sounds great. Yeah, I'll definitely take that. As we fight on, the call of the goddess grows more and more. The tainted song of this broken world is silenced more and more. And in the wake comes the song of a new world. It fills us, comforts us in our dreams, and spurs us on during our days. Great. Woo, cat. Okay. Not see the to cat. They cute. Very cute. Whoops. I got distracted. I'm gonna load my autosave so I don't waste days. I don't, if you don't like that, but whatever. But I just uploaded a post on my YouTube, which is why I got distracted. I put the image of my cat on a post so that people could see the cat if they weren't in stream, or if they want a little more of a bigger picture of the cat, because it does show more than just the cat's face. So cat in post. That was bottle fall. All hail the cat queen! All hail the cat queen! And major cost enemy damage local industry. This was the ascent of the mortuary cult. They presided over Mikaza's funeral, and they were the first to call out as Zarantia was twisted. They heard the call of the goddess, and they came to her side. For the first time, the mortuary cults rule the truly supreme among our people. Woo! Woo! All hail the cult, the cat cult, the ascent of the cat cult, the ascent of the cat cult. All hail the cat, all hail the cat, join the cat cult, coin the cat cult. Woo! And the Warzenas are spying on me. Oh, what's going on? I'm hoping that this is like, I've seen this before, that it says they're justifying on us, but really they're justifying on the Cult of Genuine Republic, and I don't know why. But if they are justifying on us legitimately, troops get ready, as just in case. I mean, they aren't gonna be attacking me. I mean, do you really think they're gonna be willing to try to fight the cat cult? Nah. They're not that stupid, are they? Just in case they are. A people at war. All will die one day, and the goddess calls us all to our sacred purpose. The Imazib that does not join this cause is no kin of ours, but traitors as bad as the Topakians. True. Calling the is this a reference to calling the jihad or something? Calling the Idrim have roamed the desert since forever, and the Imazib have known to treat them with caution for as long. They are the heralds of the goddess of endings, and their passing must not be contested. Yet as the Worm Queen has risen to lead the people in war, the Idrim have come with her. The worm and the zebra now fight side by side, and the goddess-favored children will be the instruments through which the tainted world will be remade. For each state affected by the desert flower, we will gain 3 tatsum worms. Currently 8 of our own states have the desert flowering. In our current conditions, we will gain 24 tazzer worms every month. Good. It's trimmers time, baby. Supremacist nation with a massive worm army. It's time to do a little trolling. I mean, I could just justify war, but nah. I like to go down the focus tree and see what war goals we get from just doing that. And then I go to War of People. Well, they didn't go to war with me. They did just kill off Warzina. And Warzina did not even try to resist. That's, yeah, that's great. So which one am I doing? I could do Tobak Burning. With this, actually, I'm gonna save and I'm gonna show the event for both. Cat is so cute, Delta Star says. I know, right? They are adorable. I have a cute cat. I think I'm going to end stream at 7, no matter how far we are into it. Also, let me read this one. The lands around us will be purified, and we shall restore them to what they should have been. The twisted machinery and gold hunger that that's driven the people of these lands have made them insane. But resisting in the Great Garden will give them sanity back. Actually, I'm going to do this one, then I'll be able to just do one after the other and show both ones. This is not a mere conflict over lands or wealth or honor, and we have to discard any notions that we should back down if the challenge is too great. We will die in this conflict. The question is simply how, and how many we take with us. Yeah, I'll end at 7, and I'll also continue this series in a normal way after. But this has been a lot of fun. So I guess I need to change full playthrough to part 1. Yeah, let me do that. I don't want to lie to people. Do-do-do. 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 Yeah, I've gained a subscriber during this. Nice. Thanks, whoever subscribed. Instead of full playthrough, I'll do part 1 live. Start special Hoi4. Okay. Good. And also, now that I've revealed my cat, my thumbnail will now just become my cat. Why? Because I feel like it. My thumbnail is now my cat. This was just an elaborate cat reveal. That is the truth. So sorry for anyone that didn't want an elaborate cat reveal as my 100 subscriber special. If that is you, you are a bad person. You should want cat reveals. This is not a mere conflict over lands or wealth. For honor, we have to discard any notions that we should back down if the challenge is too great. We will die in this conflict. The question is simply how, and how many we take with us. True. Yeah, I have 168, and that's going to keep slowly increasing. This is a very... Oh, I haven't done that at all. I completely forgot about, doing that. I mean, I was busy making me have industry, but, Now, let's actually get the gun, like the next gun version. Alright, now I'm gonna wait till... Actually, not. Let's go ahead and save game. And see what these two paths are. Alright, so we got Tobek is tainted and needed to go, but the people within were slaves. The falsehood it represented, just like we were. We shall scatter them among the tribes, and they will come to hear the song of the gods as well. In the end, we shall become one after all. So this one has to complete... all shall fight. Okay, so we... Rehabilitating and all shall fight. Okay. Oh, wait. This one needs tending, so I won't get to do that one. Wait, yeah, I will. Wait, what? Needed. Oh, that one just needs. Okay, so I'll get to do those two. Fine. Okay. So yeah, this though that doesn't matter. I can do both for those. I can do all these anyways, no matter which one of these two I choose. A bond not forgotten. Modernity. The very word is like an excursion from your lips. It is mirage, tempting you away from what you were. It offers a gilded future of plenty and prosperity, only to let it all be torn away from you and leave you with nothing. It tears you up by the roots and makes you march to foreign drums. Makes everything you are an inconvenience and a superstition, unworthy of anything but scorn. How long have we been led to dance this cursed dance, and how many have we lost trying to follow it? For how many years did we unwittingly become this instrument of our own undoing? Tobak spread this disease to us, or was it there even before? Who is even to say at this point, for what is not tainted by the stink in that accursed delusion? No matter, the disease is still evident. It has seeped into the Tobak foundations, and its people are so unused to the filth that they cannot even see it. We promised we would watch over them, and the word we gave does not go away so easily. They are delirious with the disease, and by the fires of the city, we will start sweating it out of them. They'll cry and scream, for they don't understand, but the bitter medicines that their removal from the city and the scattering amongst the tribes will give them what their first taste in decades, maybe even forever, of purity. Wow! These delegates with disease will just struggle, but they will be healed in time. Remove 10 mill factories from Tobak, 10 civilian, 10 naval. A lot of people. Wow. And then move them. Set 60 point to 0. Add decoupling society. Jeesh, that's a lot. Okay. I see. Well, that's a thing. Let's check out the other path and see what that does. Okay, so loading the game crashed it. That's good. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. That's exactly what is supposed to happen. Yes, yes, of course. What else? What else should have happened? Of course. I mean, that's of course what was supposed to happen. World where a cat owns all. Yes, Mr. Hidden Face. This cat will take over the world and bring it all under their control. Yes, yes. Gee? Mr. Kinface, but I have to go, unfortunately. I'll make sure to watch the rest of the stream later. It's been fun talking with you. Goodbye. Also remember, cats are superior. Nice meeting everyone. I gotta call it a night. Have a good night, everyone. Delta Star says. Yeah, I was planning on ending it real soon anyway, since you guys are heading out.